here, on YouTube. This is a documentary of Jante's life. And what we are doing is right now, we are developing a new war game. It's called Call War. So, what I'm saying? That's going to be the game that we're going to be developing, and we're going to be brainstorming thousands of ideas on it too as well. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's called Call War, as I'm multitasking thousands of ideas to my brain. All right, so now that we got that one, well, actually this one right here, this one out the way and stuff like that. So it says, we're gonna read it. We're gonna see what it says here, because it already has the skill matchmaking and everything in it. You know what I'm saying? But what we're going to think about is the cover, what it's gonna look like. So we have the name of the game. It's called Call War. So what we need to be focusing on is going to be a tank in the front. It's going to be 2 or 3 dudes on the other side, you know what I'm saying, with rifles, old school rifles, keeping it original, you know what I'm saying? And keeping the new guns in there too as well with the meta, you know what I'm saying? Keeping it classic, original, no crazy stuff, keeping it grounded, like they're going into war and the tank is coming out and you see the other side coming in too as well. You got the airplane coming in from the background, and you got the name of the game called War at the middle up there where they're supposed to be at, and you just really detail. Like I really want to have that finesse, that COD War feeling, like you really going in it, you know what I'm saying, to war. So as you guys can see, I'm developing the game on the other side of the YouTube channel. Right here, we're developing the cover. We got to have a cover first before anything else. We got to have that cover. Remember, this is a patient and it's a process. You know what I'm saying? It says, here's a vision of cover of war based on your description. I decided to capture that vehicle boost on the ground experience force, a new role, a tactical battlefield where classic military hardware meets the movement of soldiers in the front line. Boo, that. Cool, awesome, great. Make sure you make the cover real nice. Make sure you design it. Make sure you nail it. Make sure it's clean, cold colors only to really make it pop, to really make it sharp, really give that finesse to it. Like, I'm not playing. I'm serious about this project. I'm making a file right now, a Google file right now, so we can just get the images and just put it in there. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious about this project. This is like my passion. This is what I love doing. Okay, I love doing this stuff. So I'm going to rename this project right here, Call War. So we're going to call it Call War. And this game, we're not making any other new game. Well, where's the Call War in there? That's perfect. But make sure you put the word call in there too as well. Really finesse it. Like, I'm serious. Like, y'all think we playing? We ain't playing. This Jante gang over here, man. We don't goof off. We serious about our work, period. Deleting that, deleting this right here. Yo, we in the works, baby. Yes, sir. In the works. Ooh, yo. And that's great. That's beautiful. That is shining bright, bro. Honestly. Okay. But yeah, I'm old school, so we like to keep it old school and stuff like that. That old school stuff, you know what I'm saying? I like to keep it classic, you know what I'm saying? Storytelling, you know, why did he get? Well, where's the Big Bang? You know what I'm saying? Like really tell that story, really have that foundation. Like you really gotta have those twists and turns. You feel me? That who's doing this, who's doing that. It really make them feel like they're in it, though. You know what I'm saying? Really make them feel like they're part of the game. You feel me, though? Like, and that's something that I'm going to get a team going and delivering on. So hopefully somebody on YouTube sees this and wants to help me create this. I got the ideas. I just need the help. That's it. You feel me? I got the ideas. I just need the help. That's it. So we're going to get started on this project right now. I'm gonna open up Google Keep too as well, so we can download this in there and put it in Google Keep too as well. These are ideas that we are brainstorming for the new Call of Duty game industry. Well, actually, for my game, you know what I'm saying? It's called Card War. You know what I'm saying? Boots on ground, very old school. Still new weapons in there, but very old school. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't getting no better than that. Keeping it old school, because that's what everybody like. Ain't none of that new tactic, all that other crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? Keeping that stuff straight old school. I'm an old school person. You know what I'm saying? So we got to keep that stuff old school. That 2000 vibe. You feel me? Come on, y'all. Y'all know what I'm talking about, man. Come on, man. Like really keeping it that old school. Like who don't want that old school Call of Duty feel? Really though. You know what I'm saying? Like, so now we got a Google Keep. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go down to the file and stuff like that. That's open and stuff. Where is it? Hold on, I need to go in here. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Yo, as you guys can see right now, I'm going to share the screen with you guys so you guys know I'm not lying to y'all real quick. We actually have it up in Google Keep right now. We're going to share it with you guys right now. So as you guys can see, the game is in the work. The images and everything is in the work. You know what I'm saying? This one right here is only going to be for photo covers only. If you guys want to see the new Card War, you know, game that I'm working on and developing, once I get a team going, it's on the side of YouTube, and this is exactly what we're doing. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to keep that like that right there, because I like that. That's in the works right now. But this is only for photo cover designs only. For like we're brainstorming photo to cover designs first before we have any foundation. We're going to make sure we have a strong foundation. And then like once y'all pick one, the one that y'all like, then that's when we're going to really get deep into it until like, because like I want to adapt it to like full delivery. Like the clothes you see them wearing, exactly the clothes you're going to see them playing in again. We're going to go hammer on it. We're going to go crazy. Okay, so we're going to call this one New Photo Call of Duty Design Release. You know what I'm saying? You know, release. You know what I'm saying? You know, keeping it fresh with the releases, but keeping it the same and original though. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. Actually, I just want to keep the photo like original, like not updated type. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to keep it that foundation right there. Like, stick to one photo cover. Don't effing change it. That's how you're supposed to do it, okay? So we got that in the works right now. And what we're going to do is, since we all got the photo cover designed out, we're going to get some more. You know what I'm saying? Print out some different designs and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Chop it up, mix it up. You know what I'm saying? But keep it original. We're going to get a couple of more going. And then what we're going to do is we're going to post those ones out there. And bro, it's gonna be in the Call of Duty card, you know what I'm saying, you know, section and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Because I want you guys to decide, like, what do you want this game to look like? What's the feel you want it to have, that old school mid feel to it, you know what I'm saying? But trust me, it's in the works. I'm not gonna post this one just yet because we need to get a couple more going. Okay, so yeah. So I'm gonna take it back all the way to Gemini, so you guys can see us brainstorm some ideas on the other side of YouTube that you are seeing us brainstorm for the new COD game. Please let us know. We will love your feedback, and we will definitely put it in there 100%, and we will put your name on it. Real. So, yeah, I mean, if you don't want your name on it, cool, you know what I'm saying? But, like, we're developing this new Call of Duty game. We're tired of this non-matchmaking and all this other stuff. Yes, really, we're really developing a new COD. It's called War. That's the COD. That's my game that I'm developing with boots on. Yes, me. I'm developing it. Yes, I'm going to learn how to code. I'm going to get a team together. I don't know how long this is going to take, but when I post it on YouTube, I'm going to make an announcement like I need a team to help me make this. I have the ideas. I just need y'all to like do the work. That's it. That's it. Get a team. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep promoting this over and over again because this is an ongoing project. I'm not playing. Like if you go see on the other side of the YouTube channel right now while I'm streaming on it, you can see the photo designs that I'm making. I want you guys to pick. This is I'm making this game for you guys. This is not for me. This is for you guys. I know how y'all feel. I got y'all. So somebody needs to set out there to make a new boots on the ground game that delivers not from their own ideas, from the community's ideas. So if you can go on the other side of YouTube right now, I'm brainstorming some covers. So go over there right now and be like, hey, you should make it like this. Put a little bit of this on, you know what I'm saying? If you're from the COD community and you know how you want your game to be made, this is where it's at. This is where we listen. This is where we follow through. This is where we execute on our community and everything. We really take those feedback very serious in developing this game. Once I get a team up and running, it's going to be great. The one that's going to be doing the work right now is me and brainstorming the ideas. I just need a team to put it together. That's it. End of the story. So let's go ahead and bring some more ideas. Okay, so make the cover just like that too as well. I love the cool colors. Let's put some twists on it, like different designs and backgrounds and stuff like that. We're really keeping narrowing that strong foundation though. So as you can see, we're on the other side of YouTube right now, live streaming it too as well. Designing covers for the Call of Duty community. Whoever wants to come and get on this project, I need your help. If you guys want to make a skill-based match game delivered from the community, it doesn't have to be the best game ever, you know what I'm saying? But it's in the making and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? No, dude, no tornadoes, bro. What the fuck is that? No, I don't want no tornadoes in there. Just really like airplanes in the sky, nades right there coming in, fire like World War II type design, you know what I'm saying? Really have that strong foundation, that alpha male right there. You know what I'm saying? But change up the background, change the scenery from the buildings to like a field, you know what I'm saying, where tanks is running from the left and right, you know what I'm saying, on the ground, airplanes are crashing and stuff like that. Really giving them that feel for it, you know? I'm going hard. I'm not playing. I'm going hard. I'm being detailed as possible with this. I'm being serious. I'm not finna to play with y'all. I'm not finna to waste y'all time. I'm not finna to sit here put some goofy stuff in front of y'all. No, absolutely not. I can't do that to y'all. That's foul. Really. So I'm making a skill match based game right now in the works. Need help. Boom. Perfect. Right there. Boom. All right. So I'm going to download this one right here. Okay. I'm going to put this in a Google Keep and stuff like that. So we're going to, how do I put images in there? Or after add image. Yep. Hopefully that's it. Yep, there we go. There we go in the works. Yep. Okay, so what else can we do with? Let me start thinking. Because we have two covers. I think they might like this one. Then the first one, I ain't sure. But that tanking right there is really like that alpha right there, that raw right there. Yeah, I think this might be the foundation right here. This might be a strong foundation. Two images. Okay, but we're going to get more specific in it though. So I'm really going hard. Watch how I'm designing this out my head. I'm serious. Okay, so we got two covers now. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to chop it up into something different now. Okay, so we're going to do real specific design. Watch how I edit this out of my brain. We're going hard. Okay, now we're going to keep it the same, but we're going to keep it mixing. All right, I want you to have a dude standing in the middle, wearing clothes from World War II, rifle standing in his hand. Okay, at the far back, have the sea open, ships coming in, airplanes are crashing, and you just see nades everywhere. He's hiding behind a wall, looking to move right then and there, waiting for the right time. Really captured that cogword feeling foundation right there. I'm not playing. I'm serious. I'm not about to waste your time. already got 3 banger ones. Well, yes, I already got 3 banger ones all ready to go. And I'm judging if I push it out there because I'm not supposed to put anything in front of y'all. I want to go hard in it, you know what I'm saying? Really give that to it, you know what I'm saying? That raw. That finesse, basically. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Ooh-wee. I think we got a cover. I think we got a cover. Yo. 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 I think we have a cover. Dude. This is going to be the cover. This is going to be the cover. We got 3 of them. We have 3 of them. Wherever you guys want that, have that feel to it, that you know what I'm saying? That card, that old school, that to it, you know what I'm saying? Finesse to it. It really finessed the F out of this. For real. It finessed the F out of this. Dang. Like, if y'all not seeing this on the other side of YouTube where I'm live streaming this right now, making a new skill made card war game. This is what the game is called, Card War. This is going to kill the industry. 100% going to kill the industry. We're going to make this the cover of the Card War Boots on the Ground new game. I'm actually going to release this cover right now. I'm going to go hard in it. Make sure I got my other game running and stuff like that, of course. Boy, dude. But you always want to make sure you change the scenery in the background. So we're going to go ahead and let the community pick which one they like. For sure. Because it's already in the works and it's already on the move. So, yeah, we're gonna get this. We're going to get this 100%. I can feel it. Y'all, did I download it, though? Y'all, we're going to get this. We sure is. Wait till we get a team on the works working on this. It's going to be crazy, man, for real. So we got the cover. Already, we got the covers. Okay. Now, what we need to do it, and it's out there. That's our second step right there. What the? That's not the first one, dude. I can do that instead. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's the next step and foundation we're going for because we already have 3 epic ones already. I don't know if they're gonna go with the first one. You know what I'm saying? You never know how the crowd will be, but I'm pretty dang sure though they're definitely gonna smash that third one 100%. You don't know, but that third one though. I don't know because it's hard right now. It's hard to choose, like, because they're all hecka good, dude. Literally. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna cross over to YouTube right now. We're gonna actually get this up and jumping, but first things first, though, we need to have a strong foundation first. Hold on. All right, we're posting this on a YouTube short. Wait, actually, hold on. Let me stop. Let me slow down real quick. Let me slow down. Hold on. Let me slow down real quick. Okay, hold on. We're posting this 3 photos on YouTube Post Foundation. We need hashtags and keywords to reach out to the Call of Duty and everyone that likes to play Call of Duty games Foundation. We're developing up a game where it's boots on the ground and deliver off the community and only off the community feedback only, not our feedback, not our ideas. Your ideas matter as much as ours does too as well. I want you to promote this, make it professional, put emojis in it, really have that strong Call of Duty foundation in there, keywords, hashtags, you name it, everything. We really want to connect with them. So there you go. Right there. And it works of it, of course. Boom, 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 boom. Flawless delivery. Good. Now all we need to do is we're actually going to start a poll and a vote too as well. Okay, we're going to do a vote of which one that you guys want this cover to be and stuff like that. Remember, it's a project. Be patient with us. It is in the work. Okay, so and I'm going to teach myself how to develop, how to code. But no. Wait. Also, reach out to them and tell them we need coders, we need developers, we need everybody on deck to deliver on this project. Please help us get this project out. This is for the community. This is not for me. This is for the Call of Duty community that wants a skill-based match game and deliver off of their ideas only. Please come together and help us bring this to life. Thank you. So we want that strong foundation. We want people to really, come together on it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm gonna put my contact in there too as well, just in case anybody wants to reach out to me. You know what I'm saying? Put my Gmail in there and stuff. Here's my Gmail. If you guys want to contact me, AKER 10 24. Oh wait. Let me get my Gmail real quick, just in case anybody wants to contact me. I'm serious about this, guy. It's a serious project. I'm going to deliver on this. I got y'all. Trust me. Trust Jante. Jante's a mother, man. Trust me. I'm going to deliver this game for you guys. You know what I'm saying? We're going to do everything as necessary as possible to try to get this up and running, or trials and errors. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to get this up and running, and we're going to get this stuff jumping. Okay? Trust me. I want you to put that in there too as well for them to contact me. Tell them I'm watching that email 24/7. It's open to my computer. You are more welcome to flood your ideas, get a whole team together. Software, you got the software. I got the ideas. You know what I'm saying? And let's really come together as a team, really deliver for the community. Because I got the ideas all day. I know exactly what you guys are looking for. I got y'all. I play this stuff all the time. Ain't nobody trying to be doing all the other extra stuff, really hammering down on what the community wants. Really. I know what y'all want, and I know what y'all gonna like. Trust me. Skill-based matching games, you know what I'm saying? The same skill as you. That person gets better. Okay, guess what? We're gonna take him and we're gonna put him with people that's just like him. Only, not because we want to just F the game and stuff like that. That's not cool. So yeah. So we're gonna set out to do that mission right there. Wait, where's Gemini? Oh, here it is. I gotta make sure my contact information is in there too as well, just in case. Yep. Good. Yes, guys, I'm always watching this email 24/7, guys. We're gonna launch so many of this stuff right now. It's not even funny, guys. So we're gonna actually paste that right there. Okay. And now we have to put the images up there. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of like go to Gemini a little bit. You feel me? We're neatly just genuinely download this one. Okay. Gently download this one. Okay. That one. This one. All right. Cool. Now that we have that on the rail and all up on the way and stuff like that, we're going to just come right here and just drag these guys right there. Hopefully that works. Preview done. Okay, I'm going to add another one in there. It's going to be you. Add another one in there. It's going to be you. Oh, wait. Oh, not you. Oh. Where's the other one? You download. Well, we're missing the one on the wall. Hold on. Let me Yep. Nice guessing, G. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You guys got different ones, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that, I'm going to keep on launching these out there. Going to make that post right there. stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I messed up on that one for sure, for sure. Oh well. Yeah, we're gonna keep on releasing them, making thousands of posters and posters and posters. You know what I'm saying? Until we get somebody out there, we're gonna make sure we have our Gmail open too as well, for contact reasons, of course. Professionally saying, right there. Because I was like, you know what? I'm getting kind of tired of it too. So I'm gonna do something about it. So as you can see, my stuff is open and stuff like that. Who is this? Oh, that's that. No, I do not. Um, what? They baby payment. What? We sent you a payment on. Yeah, we're not falling for those things right there. Sorry. But yeah, we're gonna keep this thing going. I'm gonna get everything organized and posting and stuff like that too as well. And we're just gonna keep making these posters and see if anybody is out there paying attention. So yeah. Okay, guys. Ha ha ha. Hilarious. Hold on, let me get some stuff organized though before I start doing this stuff. Hold on. I need to get myself straightened out real quick. Hold up. Okay. So this is the same image as the other one? Yeah. This is the same image as the other one? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so we're having all of them. Okay, this is one is that one. That's weird. Okay, where is the other one then? Okay. So you're telling me this whole time we only have this one? Oh, there's that one. This one. We're missing. Yep. Okay. I got it. I know we're missing. Okay. 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 Delete these ones. Keep that one. We're missing the one right about here. All right. Cool. Beautiful. So now all we have to do is, come over here and stuff like that and get these three easily selected. You know what I'm saying? And they shall open up beautifully, deliver really. Yep. And there we go. Now we're just on the way on posting people. Let's get the game going. You know what I'm saying? If you guys are interested, let me know. You know what I'm saying? It is appreciated. You know what I'm saying? But whatever you guys want it to look like, it's delivery. You can get full screen access to it. You can see what it looks like full screen. stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? If you guys want to get the full glimpse of it, of course. You feel me? These are the new card games that we're developing is in the works. So if you want to contact, you're more welcome to. I'm gonna keep posting these out there. We get something going. That's just the photos right now. I'm gonna have some more stuff designed out too as well. Or after we get these posts launched out first and stuff like that. I have to make a poll. I just wanted to see for the first one where it'd be successful, and it looks like it was. So yeah. In the process of making a new Call of Duty game and stuff like that, and so on, whatever. Of course. Ooh, I know someone that probably could help with this too. To as well to post him. No, we don't get to. Oh, sorry guys, it's not going to let us the post. Wait, do we have to do that before? Here we go. Image one. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna do like this. Boom. And we can do this one right here. Boom. And add an option for a third image. Boom. Right there. Yeah, this is a process. We're gonna have to move slow on this one, 100%. You know what I'm saying? And then just like post it. So yeah, I'm gonna keep making multiple of these. Once I see the votes on your guys' decision and stuff like that, then that's when we're gonna start going forward with the process. What happened? Did you post? I was doing something wrong. What happened? It did. Nice. Okay, good. All right. We got something going. Okay. Let's go ahead and get some more out there. Let's go. Absolutely. Projecting. I see, guys, this is why I love doing projects, man. I love doing projects, man. It makes me smile. It makes me happy, man. That I get to do something positive on YouTube for the community. You know what I'm saying? It's great, man. Trust me. All documentary. It's crazy, bros. You guys really see, basically, kind of, if that makes sense. If that makes sense, I don't know what. Okay, guys. Shoot. Oh, there we go. My email is definitely open, 100%. If you might want to contact me, this will be getting recorded and being docked to us on his journey. So, it will be being posted, being recorded in this journey, building this card game and docking everything that happens in my life. Because I have a very interesting life, and I think you guys should know about it, of course, for content reasons, of course, and for protection, of course, too, as well. So, say nobody said Jante did nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? There we go. It's getting posted. It's doing its thing. We're going to make another one slowly but maturely. Doing it the correct way, of course. Add an option. We're going to launch so many of these today, guys. We're not joking around. We're serious about this project. I'm serious about my project, guys. It takes time. That's the best part about it. A project takes time, and you get to see it develop. You get to see it in the work. But that person that's doing it gotta be serious about it. So I'm very serious about what I do. I'm very, very serious about what I do. I do not joke around about these projects. This is my passion. This is something I'm passionate about doing. And if we could get a team together, that would be great. and do it for the community would be awesome. You know what I'm saying? Be great. Yes, it doesn't have to be the best game, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Though, but like really like it's like I know a lot of us are gonna come together. We can work from a distance, Google meetings. Yes, I know our lives are busy and stuff like that. Schedule a day where we all can come together, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully I'll blow up from doing a documentary from YouTube, doing all this stuff. I am going to be learning how to code too as well and stuff like that in the meantime. But if I can get a team together and just give you guys ideas, that would be awesome. For that would be super awesome to do. Or just develop the skills to build a game, you know what I'm saying? AI this thing as best as possible. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to learn how to code because I like to get crafty and creative too. But if I got the ideas, I just need a team, you know what I'm saying, just to help me get these ideas going. Like I said, these are the photo covers right now and stuff. This is my goal is to create a game for the community, literally a game for the community. You know what I'm saying? Not just because it needs to get out there and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? For crying out loud, you know. So I just released it, a lot of them. I'm going to keep releasing more and more and more. The more, the merrier. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to see you guys' votes. You know what I'm saying? I want to see how you guys would feel, you know, about this cover for this old school that we're releasing. Also, still with the new metas. Don't get me wrong, but we're just keeping it old school. You know what I'm saying? I'm an old school person. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all gonna love it too. I know y'all gonna love it because ain't none of that BS in there. You know what I'm saying? None of that other stuff is happening. You know, because I'm always playing these games. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I will be to make sure, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that, and getting some people together, you know, and creating this game is going to be in the works. I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's going. We're gonna make it happen. We're gonna make it happen. Okay. So, yep. In the meantime, in my lifetime, what I'm going to do is respectably and maturely going forward, waiting for the feedback to come back, waiting for emails to start coming in and stuff like that as well and stuff. So, yep, that's what we're waiting for, just to come through. In the meanwhile, still docking stuff in my life, of course. So that's the meta right there that we're waiting for. I'm going to wait for the polls to go up before I start pressing forward any more designs. Okay, so I'm waiting for y'all to come through. I'm live 24/7. You're not going to miss it. Trust me, it's going to be hard to miss me. Trust me. It's going to be hard to miss me. In the meantime, I'm going to be finding we're gonna look for a software where we can use where we can decode, put all of this stuff together. So now what I want you to do is I want you to go on a deep search. I want you to look for a coding software where we can code and put this project together. Easily works with AI as well. Yep, we're like that around here. We're nerding. You feel me? Okay, let me make a separate file for that. Hold on. I want you to find me a software that works really good with AI in developing games like Call of Duty. It says Universe Engine 5 top recommendation. Engineering is the gold standard for high foundation shooter processing the most advanced out of the AI box, the visual tools in industry in high. Okay, good. All right, cool. We're gonna get this then. Top recommended. The recommended. Okay. Yes, it's going to take some money to do and stuff like that, but we can get it done because I have side hustles that can help us create this idea and bring it to life. Okay, guys. I'm always on the grind. I'm always trying to get some money on the side, 24/7, guys. I'm working on it right now. So the money that I'm going to get from this game right here, I'm going to develop. I'm going to pour it into back into the business of developing this game and stuff like that. So I'm always on the move making some type of money. Okay, guys, just know that I'm making some type of money and raising some type of money for this project or something like that, a funding or something. Okay, so we're gonna search that up real quick. Search it. Free course. No, we don't need no free courses. We don't need that. How much is this going to charge me? Probably going to be expensive. Oh, I can download it. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, download. Okay, I know I'm going to need a lot of storage for this too as well. Download Launcher, Epic Game Launcher. What? No, I don't want to download no Epic Game Launcher. No. This is I guess we're gonna watch some courses on how to use it, I guess, so we can be professionals and use it. But I'm trying to like get this. I don't want me to download something else to get it. Hold on, let me just do it. Oh, hold on, let's not go too crazy. Wait, let me stop that. Let me go too crazy. Okay, there we go. I'm installing it right now, the Epic Game Launcher, so we can show us the one thing, so we can develop this new COD game right now. So it's on the works, and I'm serious about doing it. So let's do it. All right, let's see here. What's the name says I'm hot. He says, really? Do you really? Yeah. We're developing right now as we speak. Going forward. Right. And this is perfect. I mean, I have a lot of storage on my computer, laptop, you know what I'm saying? So this is gonna be a very beautiful, great project, and it works already. And learning how to use it, study it, learn some free courses on YouTube, you know what I'm saying, train myself on developing in this game and stuff like that. I'm in the works of it right now as we speak. So this is going to be a very fun project and learning how to code, taking some free courses from YouTube and taking it serious. Of course, you guys can walk along with me on how to do it too as well. Thing, of course, it's not going to be that hard to do once you learn like the foundation of it and you get the gist of it. If you actually pay attention and walk through it, you can actually teach yourself how to do some stuff from home. So yeah. So it's downloading, it's doing this thing and stuff like that and stuff. Dang, I really need to get some sleep though. Like, but I'm like, I'm always trying to do something with my life. Cause if you got the skills and you got the talent, go out there and go do it. It's your calling, baby. You know what I'm saying? Let's do it. You know, let's push ourselves to create something unbelievable, right? You know, this is what I'm here for. You know, and I got the skills to do it. All I gotta do is learn it, master it, keep on being consistent at it. Consistency is key. I know I can do this. I know I can build this game. I know I can get a team. I just gotta make sure I'm the one making sure putting stuff together first and putting the pieces together and steps, of course, to make sure we deliver on this, of course. I know you guys are like, what the heck is he doing? Why is he developing these games and stuff like that? You know what I'm saying? It's my passion, y'all. It's just my passion. That's all it is, man. Trust me. Yup. We can tell this thing right now is gonna be phenomenal. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna look up some courses real quick. Beginners, right here. Here we go. So, we're on the works of it. We're gonna actually skip back to YouTube now, since we are going to. Oh, hold on now. We're gonna switch it back to YouTube and share it. We are on right now. So we're gonna go ahead and close out everything else over here and stuff like that. We open this up and stuff. I was trying to sign in using my email address. PlayStation Network. I don't know. There we go. And it works, baby. Let's go. Yes. And gotta create a password. Hold on. BAK. Gmail.com. Okay. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Type. AKER. Create password. Okay. Display name. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta do something real quick. It wants my display name right here. So this is my display name right here. What's the display name? That works. Documentary about that works. At least it'd be a hard way so no one tries to take it. Stuff like that. This email is already used in the Epic. Okay, then why y'all trying to make me create another one then? What? Your ass plus light account is already linked into the Epic. Okay. If you guys know that, then why you guys don't want me to sign in? Epic Gaming, what the are you guys doing, dude? Seriously? What are you guys doing? Like, y'all stopping me from developing stuff, man. Like, I come on, man. Why y'all gotta make things difficult on here? This is the stuff that the community be talking about right here, bro. When y'all make everything difficult for us to do, like, this is exactly what the community is talking about, literally. Yeah, you guys asked me for my Gmail and some more stuff, and I'm trying to get through, and you guys are having me do all this other stuff that's unnecessary, that don't need to be done, and stuff like that. And this is the reason why people can develop games, because of stuff like this right here. But if I can find me a different software that does not have to be done by this right here, would be great. But yeah, that's the stuff we be saying though. Like, sometimes like sometimes Epic Gaming, we love you guys, but like you guys try to make us sign into stuff, man. You guys have all of these like zip codes and stuff like that. I understand you guys are keeping it safe, but like when using our software, like our Gmails for like our Minecraft and stuff like that. And when we trying to sign in and stuff, it's always doing all this other extra stuff. Like it doesn't know our email is already there, then it just stays there, and it sends us the other way around and some more stuff. It's pretty annoying, dude. That's all I'm saying. I still love you guys. I'm just giving you guys some of my feedback. That's all. No toxic energy, okay? That's all love. It says location, browser, install. Okay. Hey, here we go. First on the way. All right, back to the steps. Okay, it says step 2. It's Step 3, install. Okay. Okay. We're in. Oh, here it is. Uh-oh. Let's let everything load up. Let it wake up real quick. You know what I'm saying? Because it is new on the computer and stuff like that. So, yo, everything's going great. Everything's going well. We're loving the view. You know what I'm saying? We're about to install this right here in a little bit. So we're going to click install. Install. It says game developer no royal on the first million US world cross. Okay. I agree. Install. Yes. Okay. All right, we're developing the new COD Boots on the Ground in the making. It says my projects, but yeah, we're definitely is it downloading? How do we know if it's downloading? Okay, so one thing we're not gonna do is we're not, yes, cancel Fortnite, resume to this. Thank you. Are these other things that I'm going to need with it? It looks like it. Yup, looks like it. Is that something that's gonna go with that right there? Am I looking at that correctly? It says you can also find projects in my library file. This right there. Oh, okay, so these are the add-ons. Okay. Those are the add-ons right there. So we're on the works right now. It's gonna take some time to download. We're at 10 gigs right now. Let's go make sure our computer, like we have nothing else on this computer. Okay, so I know you're gonna have to go, but not really because you don't really have nothing. But that game runner is not really that big anyway. I know I have nothing on here, you know what I'm saying? I can tell, you know what I'm saying, how fast everything is working smoothly and maturely going forward. So the new boots on the ground is up on the way. In the meantime, we're gonna be watching tutorials on how to do this stuff right here. Like I said though, my email is open 24/7. If anybody wants to come together in the works of me developing the new boots on the ground game, of course. So we're gonna do some courses now. We're gonna you know what I'm saying? Maturely going forward, of course.
Finally, we will briefly go over how to program a game using blueprints, and at the end, create the fantasy environment you see right here. I know learning Unreal Engine 5 can be tough at first, which is why each chapter in this video can be treated as its own self-lesson. So if you're ever stuck on something, you can always go back in the video and rewatch that chapter. Also, all the assets I use in this video are completely free, so you can follow along. Now, with all that being said, let's jump into UE5. To begin, before we can use Unreal Engine 5, of course we have to download Unreal Engine 5. To do so, you need the Epic Games Launcher.
Okay.
You can get
Okay. I need to download. Is this exactly what we're doing right now? We're downloading what he is telling follow along. Let's see if we already downloading it. Let me see.
from their website and come all the way down here to the Unreal Engine tab. Now with the tabs up here, you want to click on library. And if you don't see Unreal Engine 5, then you don't have it downloaded. To download it,
Okay. So how did he do that?
you want to click on the plus icon next to engine version. Hello everyone. If you are completely new to Unreal Engine 5, then this tutorial was made for you. In this tutorial,
Let me just actually pay attention to what he clicks on.
from knowing nothing about Unreal Engine
I'm
5
gonna go
to
along.
creating this beautiful world you see right here. Now, I know this might look intimidating, but do not worry. Every step in this process, from sculpting the landscape to creating the castle, will be shown in detail. This video is pretty long, but that's because Unreal Engine 5 is a big program, and we have a lot to cover.
Yep.
To help navigate this video, I divided it up into individual chapters. You can find links to all the chapters in the description below. In this tutorial, you will learn how to install Unreal Engine 5 and create a project, how to navigate and move objects in your 3D world, create materials, and import 3D models, go over Unreal's amazing new dynamic lighting system called Lumen, sculpt landscapes and paint foliage, download free nanite objects from the Megascans library, and finally, we will
Yes, guys, I'm locked in. I'm gonna watch this video over and over and over again.
briefly go over how to program a game using blueprints, and at the end, create the fantasy environment you see right here.
Beautiful.
I know learning Unreal Engine 5 can be tough at first, which is why each chapter in this video can be treated as its own self-contained lesson. So if you're ever stuck on something, you can always go back in the video and rewatch that chapter. Also, All the assets I use in this video are completely free, so you can follow along with me. Now, with all that being said, let's jump into UE5. To begin, before we can use Unreal Engine 5, of course we have to download Unreal Engine 5. To do so, you need the Epic Games launcher. You can get it from their website and come all the way down here to the Unreal Engine.
Let's see what page is he on. Okay, he's on that page where I need to be at. Okay. He said click on this. It says click on library. I'm downloading the yep, I have that one. Yep. Downloading. Okay. Following along with him. Stay with me now, y'all.
Tab. Now with the tabs up here, you want to click on library. And if you don't see Unreal Engine 5, then you don't have it downloaded. To download it, you want to click on the plus icon next to engine versions.
Got you. Click on the plus icon. What's the plus icon? Library. I don't have a plus icon because it's already downloaded already right here in the making. So yeah. So it's downloading. Good. Okay.
And make sure you have 5 selected and then click on install. Now it's going to ask for an install location. You can just leave it at the default place, but if you do want to bring it somewhere else, then you can click on browse and select a new location. But I'm just going to leave it default and click install. Once Unreal Engine 5 is done downloading, all you have to do to open up is to click, or you can click launch up here, but Unreal Engine 5 isn't set as the default engine. You can set as the default engine by clicking on the drop down and selecting Unreal Engine 5.
Gotcha. Okay, it's already up there. Bad. Cool. Awesome. Great. Okay, good.
Alternatively, if you don't want to go through the Epic launcher, you can click on the drop down right here and create a shortcut on your desktop. Now that that shortcut is created, let's open up Unreal Engine 5 by just double clicking on the application. The Unreal Project browser will pop up when you open up Unreal Engine. Essentially, this is where we open up recent projects or we create a project completely from scratch, which is what we're going to be doing. Now, you can create your project from a template, which essentially is a pre-made project to help point you in the right direction with a lot of stuff already done for you. For example, if you're in the car industry and you want to render out a car, and possibly going into the automotive tab and selecting Photo Studio will be a good template from where you will start. But for our cases, I want to start from complete scratch. So I'm going to come to games and make sure I select blank. Now down here is the project location where our project is going to be saved. I just want to save this on the desktop. If you do want to save it somewhere else, then you click on the file icon right here and browse to a different folder. Now right here is the project name. So let's call this one first project. And up here are some project settings. Now I'm going to leave it at blueprint since we're not going to be going over C++ coding in this video. And down here, I want to make sure starter content is enabled. Starter content will give us some nice assets that we can play with to help us learn Unreal Engine 5. Below that is ray tracing. We're not going to go over ray tracing just yet. And of course, to create this project, let's click on create. So this is what you should see when opening up Unreal Engine for the first time. Don't worry, we're going to go over what all these different windows and buttons do in just a second. But before for that, I want to go over how Unreal Engine stores projects. So let's exit out of this project, and we can see that a brand new folder was created on our desktop. Remember, I selected my desktop as the place to save our project. Essentially, this folder contains all the data that makes up our project. So whenever we make a change in our project or we create something in the project, it's going to be stored right here. Now to open up our project again, all you have to do is double click on the .u project asset right there. And that will open up your project from where you last saved it. To begin, let's briefly go over how to navigate the user interface and what all these different windows do. So probably the window that sticks out the most is the viewport right here. The viewport is essentially just a view into our 3D world that we're creating. So for example, we can fly around and look at our world. We can even grab objects and manipulate them all within the 3D viewport. Now, don't worry, we are going to go over camera controls and how to move objects in just a bit, but I first want to go over what the different windows do. Right above the viewport is the toolbar. The toolbar is pretty important because it's where we get a lot of our tools and a lot of different buttons we're going to be continually pressing. For example, what if I want to add an object into our world? Then I can click on the plus icon and scroll down to shapes, and maybe I add in a sphere and place it in the world to move it around. I can also switch modes. So right now I'm in select mode, which is the main mode where we can move objects around. Let's say if I'm making a landscape, I can go into landscaping mode and create a landscape, or I can go into foliage mode and start to paint foliage if I do have those assets. If you are curious, we are going to go over both modes later in the video. Now, to the right of that, we have the outliner. The outliner is essentially a list of all the objects that make up my current world. So, for example, if I want to select a chair, but the chair isn't in my view right now within the outliner, I can select the chair right there like that. I can also select multiple objects by holding down Control. So maybe I want to select both chairs, just hold down Control like that, and maybe also the statue right there. The outliner is also a great place to organize your world. For example, we see we have all these folders. Real quickly, if you want to create a folder, all you have to do is right click, create folder. Let's call this one my folder, and hold down Control. Let's select both chairs and simply drag them into there just like this. We can also hide and unhide objects. For example, maybe I want to edit something that's behind the table, but the table's in the way right now. I can come here and temporarily click on the eye icon to hide the table, and then click on the eye icon again to unhide it. And right below the world outliner, we have the details panel. The details panel is essentially where we can edit all the properties of an object that we have selected. For example, maybe if I don't like the scale of this chair right here, I can select the chair and come to scale and maybe increase it by 2 in the Z axis, which is the vertical axis, and see that we have a really long and tall chair. Now, I don't like that edit. It looks kind of weird. So you can always press Control and Z in Unreal Engine to undo anything. Now, we do have one more default window. That's arguably the most important window since it stores everything we're doing. It stores information on the chairs, the table, even the entire world. And that is the content drawer. You get the content drawer by going all the way down here to the bottom left-hand corner and clicking on content drawer like that to bring it up. Alternatively, since this window is pretty important, you can press Control and space at the same time to bring it up and close it. So if you press Control and space, it's going to bring up the content drawer, and this gives us a folder view of all the assets that make up our project. So for example, if we want to see where this chair is being stored and maybe we want to edit the chair, then we can come under starter content, props, and right there we have SM_chair. If I double click on it, we can see the chair asset and make any adjustments if we do need to. Now we're going to go over the static mesh editor later, so I can exit out of this window by clicking on the X icon. I'm going to press Control and space again to bring back my content drawer, and probably the best example I have for the content drawer is that it's like your computer's file explorer. So just like on your computer where you have folders, and in those folders you have subfolders, and those subfolders contain assets like text files or Word documents, same exact thing with the content drawer in Unreal. So you have folders, and in those folders you have subfolders, and finally you have all those assets that make up your project. So for example, here we have the starter content folder by double clicking like this, or I can click on it right here within the folder window. Now I could go into any of these different folders. For example, the maps folder contains the map we're currently editing. So we can see up here that this map is called minimal_default. Right there is minimal_default. We can double check that we are editing this map by double clicking on it to open it up. Let's go save. And we can see that it did open up the exact same map. Now, if I ever want to go up a folder, I can always click on here. So right now we're in the maps folder. If I want to get out of that, I can click on starter content. And if I want to get out of that, we can even go to content right there. Now, don't worry, if you don't have starter content, you can click on add and then add feature or content pack, and then go to content and simply select starter content and add a project. I'm not going to do that since we did add it when we were creating our project. As you can guess, the content drawer is a pretty big deal. And maybe you don't want to press Control and space all the time to bring it up. You always want it docked in your layout. Well, all you have to do is click on docked in layout like this. And now your content drawer will be right here at the bottom. And notice how it's called content browser right now, not called content drawer. So whenever I say content browser and content drawer, just know that I'm talking about the same exact thing. Now, this is great, but this tab right here is taking up a little bit of real estate. If you ever want to get rid of a tab, all you have to do is right click and click on hide tabs. If you want to get back that tab, then you could click on the very small blue triangle and that will bring back your tab. Also, tabs are great because if you left mouse button and hold, you're able to move this around and dock it somewhere else. So maybe if I don't want content browser at the bottom right here, I can dock it to the side, or I can even dock it to one of the tabs right here. And now I'm able to switch in between details and the content browser. Also, if you ever want to move windows around, you can hover in between the windows and then you're able to move it down just like this to adjust exactly how you want your user interface. Now, another neat trick is that if I dock my content browser right here, and let's go make it a little bit smaller, and maybe I don't want it always visible, I can right click and go dock to sidebar. Now, whenever I want my content browser or any other window, I can just click right here and it will show. Now, if I don't want to dock to sidebar, I can right click and unlock from sidebar just like that. Now I'm going to click on the X icon to get rid of that content browser. Alternatively, if I want to automatically dock all my windows in a sidebar except the viewport, I can click on F10, which will go into full screen mode. And now we can see that my outliner and details window and any other windows I have on the side will go into docked mode. And then I can click on F10 again to bring those windows back. So F10 is a neat shortcut to automatically dock all your windows. Now, these are just the default windows. If you want to see all the windows that are available to us, we can come up to Windows and select any of these. Now, one window that we are going to be using a lot is the world settings. So world settings, as you can guess, just has a bunch of different properties and settings that we can play with to edit the map we currently have opened. Now, for example, what if we really mess up our user interface? It's basically unreadable. We have no idea what is happening. Don't worry, we can always come up to Window and all the way down here, go to Load Layout and click on Default Editor Layout, which will just reset all of our windows. Now that we have the very basics of the user interface out of the way, we can move on to the fun stuff, and that is camera navigation. So how to navigate our camera around our 3D world so we can view it at all different angles. To navigate is actually easier than you think. So you want your cursor inside the viewport, and then you want to hold down the right mouse button. If you now move your mouse with the right mouse button held down, you're able to look around your scene. And still with the right mouse button held down, you're able to use the WASD keys to move around. You can also use E and Q to go up and down. So that's E to go up, Q to go down, W to move forward, S to move backwards, and A and D to move left and right. All the while holding down the right mouse button. If you are not holding down the right mouse button and you try to use WASD, then nothing will happen. So make sure you do hold that down. Now we can also control our camera speed. So let's say, for example, there's an object that's really far away and you want to go towards that object, but your camera is moving too slow. Well, if you come up here to the top right-hand corner and select the camera icon, you're now able to control that speed. So right now we're at 4. We can also bring this up to 6. And now we are a lot faster. And we can bring this all the way down to 1. And we can see that we are pretty slow. So let's leave it at 4. And a shortcut to access camera speed is to, of course, hold down the right mouse button and use the scroll wheel. So scroll wheel up will move faster and scroll wheel down will move slower. So that's a shortcut. That's how you don't have to come up here and continually play with the camera speed if you do want to move faster or slower. Here's a really good tip. Let's say if you scroll really far away, so you fly really far away from where the bulk of your geometry, where your world is, and then you look around and you can't find your objects anymore. What you can do is come up to any of the objects right here. Let's say, for example, the chair, select that, and then press the F key to focus on that object. So if you select an object, you can press F to then snap to that object, just like this. So that's how you're never lost in your world. So if you ever played any first-person games, you should be right at home since the muscle memory is there for the WASD keys and rotating your camera by moving your mouse.
Oh, gotcha.
Now, if we press F again to then zoom in onto an object, we can rotate around that object by holding down Alt and the left mouse button. So Alt and left mouse button allows us to rotate around a pivot object. And if we hold down Alt and hold down the right mouse button, we can zoom in and out. So right mouse button, zoom in and out, left mouse button to pivot around that object. And to focus on an object, of course, we want to select it and press the F key just like beforehand. Before we move on, let's briefly go over the viewport controls. So we know the different ways that we can view our world. So up here we have perspective. Let's say if you want a top-down bird's eye view, then we could click on the perspective button and select top like this. So to control in an orthographic view mode, you want to hold down the right mouse button to pan, and of course use a scroll wheel to zoom in and out. So right mouse button pan, scroll wheel to zoom in and out. We can also view it from the side, like maybe the left side, same controls. And of course, if we want to go back into perspective, we come up here, select the button and click on perspective. Notice how a lot of the buttons in Unreal have a shortcut right next to it. For example, perspective shortcut is Alt and G. So instead of coming all the way up here and selecting perspective in the dropdown, I can just press the Alt and G key at the same time to go back into perspective. So right next to perspective is our view modes. So view modes are pretty great because they allow us to see our world in different ways. For example, maybe we don't want to see all the lights and we just want to see the colors of our world. Instead of coming up to lit, I can select unlit right there, or I can even select wireframe to see our world's edges and vertices. We will be changing our view modes a lot since it's a great way to debug our scene and see if there's anything wrong. So I'm going to come back up here to lit, or the shortcuts are Alt-4 for lit, Alt-3 for unlit, and Alt-2 for wireframe. So let's jump back with Alt and 4 to get our default view. And right next to our view modes is the show flags. So show flags allow us to turn on and off different object types. For example, what if I don't want this grid right here at the bottom? Then I can come to show, let's go find where grid is and uncheck that to hide the grid. Now, maybe for some reason you don't want to show our static meshes, and essentially static meshes are all the objects you see right here. Then within the show flags, we can uncheck static meshes and we no longer see those static meshes. Now, we don't want that. And if you ever mess up your show flags, you can bring back the default flags by clicking on use defaults. And keep in mind that we aren't deleting anything with show flags. They just help us see what we want in the viewport. Gotcha. And finally, this is my favorite viewport option, and that is game view. So if we come up here and click on the button with the 3 lines, we have game view all the way down here, and we can see that the shortcut is G. Now, if I enable game view, we're going to see exactly what the player will see in game. So if I press G to untoggle game view, we can see that we have all these different widgets and we have the grid right here. And of course, the player won't see the sun widget right here, which controls the sun's rotation. Instead, if we want to see exactly what the game will see, we click on G to hide all those widgets and features that are here for us, the editor. So just know that throughout this tutorial, when you see a bunch of widgets and these widgets just disappear, that's because I toggled on game view with the G key. Now that we know how to navigate around our world, it's time to go over how to create new objects and move them around. So we're going to go over moving, scaling, and rotating objects. To begin, let's go over simple movement. I'm going to press a G key to get rid of our editor widgets. And now all we see is our world. So to move an object, simply select it. And by default, we get the translation or the movement gizmo. To move an object, hover over any of these arrows and hold down the left mouse button. So I'm able to move this chair around, but notice how moving the chair isn't smooth. That's because by default, snapping is turned on. Now you could turn off snapping by coming up here and unchecking the grid icon like that. So now we can smoothly move our objects around. Now I'm going to turn it back on because it's important to know that Unreal uses centimeters. So right now, since there's a 10 right next to the icon, it's snapping every 10 centimeters. We can change this by selecting the number, and in the dropdown, let's select 100. So now it's moving every 100 centimeters, which is 1 meter. So every time this chair moves, it moves 1 meter. So that's pretty important to know. Now I'm going to uncheck it because I do want smooth movement. Next up is rotation. So to rotate your object, you want to change its gizmo. To change a gizmo, you want to select one of the buttons up here. So right now it's on translation. Right next to it is rotation. Now I can rotate this chair in all these different axes. We can see that rotation snapping is turned on. If I want to turn that off, then right next to translation snapping, we have this icon right here. Make sure it's not blue. No longer snapping every 10 degrees. I can press Ctrl Z to undo all those changes. And let's go over scaling. So right next to rotation, we have scaling. And scaling works pretty similar to the rest of the gizmos. All you have to do is hover over any of these squares, hold down the left mouse button, and now we're going to scale in that exact direction. So if we want to turn off scale snapping, of course, just uncheck the icon right there, and now we can smoothly scale. I'll press Ctrl Z a bit because it's important to point out that if I hover my mouse not over one of the individual squares, but the one square that's connecting all of them, so the one in the middle, hold down the left mouse button, I can move my chair and scale it uniformly up and down. So not in any particular axis. So I press Ctrl Z to undo all those. And if we hover over all these buttons, we see that there's shortcuts. So movement is W, rotation is E, and scaling is R. So that means it's W to move, E to rotate, and R to scale. So those are some of the most common shortcuts that we're going to be using consistently throughout our time in Unreal Engine. So again, one last time, it is W to move, E to rotate, and R to scale.
Got you.
I also want to point out that if we want to move our object in the direction of our object, then come up to this little globe icon, select it. That's how it's now a square. And we can see that we're now able to move the object in that object's direction. So move it locally instead of globally. If we want to switch it back to global, then click the square icon again to make it a globe. And now we're moving it in the direction of the world and not that individual object. It's also important to point out that if I press W to get our transition, if I hover over the square that's in between the different axes, I'm able to lock it and move it only in those two axes. So if I hover in between the Y and X axis, I'm just moving it in between those and not in the Z axis. I can also get in between the Z and Y axis just like this. So let's press Control and Z to undo those changes. Now you're probably wondering, how do we create an object in our world? Well, there's a couple ways. Number one is that we can duplicate an object. So with any object selected, for example, this statue, if I press Control and D, then we just duplicate that object. Now, we didn't notice a change. That's because it duplicated it in the same spot as the original object. So if I hold down the left mouse button and move it out of the way, we can see that we did duplicate that object. And within the outliner, there's now a new object called statue 2, which is a copy of the original statue. So let's delete statue 2. And there is an easier way to duplicate. And this is the way I duplicate. And that is hovering over an arrow with a translation widget selected and holding down Alt and left mouse button. So hold down both of those and simply drag. And now we're able to easily duplicate and drag an object away. So let's press Control Z to undo all those changes. Now, another way to create an object is by using the Add tool up here in the toolbar. So for example, let's click on Add and let's come all the way down here to Shapes. And maybe we want to drag in a sphere. So we drag it in like this, or we can even add in a light, like a point light, and we're able to drag it around in our scene. So let's go delete those. And finally, the last way to add an object is through the content browser. So let's bring up the browser by holding down Control and Space at the same time, pressing both of those. And let's go into props. And to add an object into the content browser, hold down the left mouse button and drag it into your world. For example, this couch. So let's go move it down just like this. And now we have a brand new object. So by holding down Shift, you can select multiple objects. So for example, if I have my chair on the left selected, and I want to select a chair on the right, if I hold down Shift, now I have them both selected. If I hold down Shift again, I can add in the table and the statue. Now, if I want to deselect an item, all I have to do is hold down Control and click on any items to deselect them. Now, all we have is the statue and the left chair selected. And here's another tip. If I have the chair selected, hold down Alt and the left mouse button to drag out.
Wait, what are you doing? I'm checking the phone percentage real quick. Making sure I'm not just sitting here just killing it.
Got a new chair. Let's say if I want to drag this chair all the way over there, then I'm going to have to drag it across.
Wherever you're watching this, I do want to be making sure I'm participating in this game too as well, so I can't get paid, of course. I'm learning a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? These courses, man, these courses really do be helping. I learned so much in so little time that I thought that I knew it. I did not have no idea what I was doing. Okay, trust me. So learn some stuff, man.
Across the screen, move my camera, drag it across my screen again, and it's just a huge hassle. Another way I can do it is by holding down the Shift while I'm dragging. So if I'm going to hold down the left mouse button on one of these arrows and I want to lock my camera to the object, simply hold down Shift and you're able to lock a camera to an object, which can save on a lot of time. So I'm going to press delete and let's create a very, very simple scene just to get a hang of all the controls. So to begin, I want to hold down Shift, and let's select these two chairs, hold down Alt, and duplicate them out. So let go, hold down Alt and left mouse button again, Alt and left mouse button again. Now let's go rotate some of these chairs. That's how they're facing inwards. So select a chair, press E to get the rotation gizmo up, and have them all face inside. Just like this. Again, it doesn't have to be pretty perfect.
You sure the heck don't. I'm learning so much right now. I'm so happy, bro. Like, so much right now, dude. Not even funny, bro. Like, education, you expand your knowledge, man. Expand your knowledge. You can learn so much stuff off of YouTube. It's not even funny. Expand your knowledge, man. Jesus. I'm learning how to build a game, for crying out loud, bro. From a course from YouTube. It's crazy. But really pay attention to it now.
Because we're just trying to get used to the controls at this point. And then I'm going to select the table, press R to scale it. And I want to elongate the table just a little bit, maybe even in its x-axis. Press E again. Let's rotate this. Press W, move it into the middle right there. Select the chair, hold down Shift. Let's select the other chair and move them all in. Let's select the statue, move it into the middle. Press R, scale this up, and maybe add some lamps on both sides of the table. So press Control and Space. Within our content, starter content, and props, we have this SM_lamp ceiling. If I drag it in, this is exactly what I want, but right now it's in the opposite direction. So I want this to be placed on the ground. I can press E, rotate this, and try to get to 180 degrees, or I can press Control Z and re-enable snapping for rotation right here, and rotate it exactly -180 degrees, which is what I want. So press W, and let's move it. That's how it's directly placed against the ground, like right here. So I could try to guess exactly where it is, or I could snap any object I have selected to the object that's directly below it by pressing the end key. So that's END, not the end letter. So press END, end, and snap it there just like that. So press R again, scale this up in the Z axis, hold down Alt, and drag it in both the Y and X axis. Right there like this. Let's hold down Shift again and drag both of those across our world just like that. And I would say congratulations. You now have a very, very simple level. This move it. That's how it's directly placed against the ground, like right here. So I could try to guess exactly where it is, or I could snap any object I have selected to the object that's directly below it by pressing the end key. So that's END, not the end letter. So press END, end, and snap it there just like that. So press R again, scale this up in the Z axis, hold down Alt, and drag it in both the Y and X axis. Right there like this. Let's hold down Shift again and drag both of those across our world just like that. And I would say congratulations. You now have a very, very simple level. This is definitely not the best map, but it is pretty good as a first level. Now that you've finished your first level, it's time to move on to the post-process volume. So we're going to go over how we can change the settings of our viewport camera, specifically exposure. While in the process of creating our first level, you might have noticed that if we zoom into the shadows, we see our screen gets brighter and brighter and brighter. And then when we zoom out, our screen gets darker. So that is auto exposure. And what exposure is trying to do is it's trying to mimic the way our eyes work. So for example, if you've ever been in a very dark room and you decide to jump out into the daylight, you can feel your eyes start to hurt and everything is really bright, but slowly over time, your eyes start to adjust until everything comes into focus. And that is exactly what Unreal Engine is trying to mimic by brightening our screen and darkening our screen. So I think we can create a better example by duplicating this map and creating a little house. So to do so, let's press Control and Space to go into our content drawer. And I want to duplicate minimal underscore default, which is right now located in starter content and maps. So right here is the current level that we have. There's a little asterisk right next to it, and that tells us that it needs to be saved. So press Control S to save the level, Control and D to duplicate. Now let's go rename this to post process example, and let's go save it. So if I double click on minimal underscore default, this is the current map that we've been on. And then if I double click on post process example, this is the new map that we're edit. Now notice that our grid is pretty large right now. That's because now that you finish your first level, so press Control S to save the level, and to duplicate the level, simply press Control and D to duplicate. Now let's go rename this to post process example, and let's go save it. So if I double click on minimal underscore default, this is the current map that we've been on. And then if I double click on post process example, this is the new map that we're about to edit. Now notice that our grid is pretty large right now. Now that you finish your first level, underscore default, this is the current map that we've been on. And then if I double click on post process example, this is the new map that we're about to edit. Now notice that our grid is pretty large. Now that you finish your first level, it's time to move on to the post process volume. So we're going to go over how we can change the settings of our viewport camera, specifically exposure. While in the process of creating our first level, you might have noticed that if we zoom into the shadows, we see our screen gets brighter and brighter and brighter. And then when we zoom out, our screen gets darker. So that is auto exposure. And what exposure is trying to do is it's trying to mimic the way our eyes work. So for example, if you've ever been in a very dark room and you decide to jump out into the daylight, you can feel your eyes start to hurt and everything is really bright. But slowly over time, your eyes start to adjust until everything comes into focus. And that is exactly what Unreal Engine is trying to mimic by brightening our screen and darkening our screen. So I think we can create a better example by duplicating this map and creating a little house. So to do so, let's press Control and Space to go into our content drawer. And I want to duplicate minimal underscore default, which is right now located in starter content and maps. So right here is the current level that we have. There's a little asterisk right next to it, and that tells us that it needs to be saved. So press Control S to save the level, and to duplicate the level, simply press Control and D to duplicate. Now let's go rename this to post process example, and let's go save it. So if I double click on minimal underscore default, this is the current map that we
got you. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to.
Now that you finish your first level, it's time to move on to the post process volume. So we're going to go over how we can change the settings of our viewport camera, specifically exposure. While in the process of creating our first level, you might have noticed that if we zoom into the shadows, we see our screen gets brighter and brighter and brighter. And then when we zoom out, our screen gets darker. So that is auto exposure. And what exposure is trying to do is it's trying to mimic the way our eyes work. So for example, if you've ever been in a very dark room and you decide to jump out into the daylight, you can feel your eyes start to hurt and everything is really bright. But slowly over time, your eyes start to adjust until everything comes into focus. And that is exactly what Unreal Engine is trying to mimic by brightening our screen and darkening our screen. So I think we can create a better example by duplicating this map and creating a little house. So to do so, let's press Control and Space to go into our content drawer. And I want to duplicate minimal underscore default, which is right now located in starter content and maps. So right here is the current level that we have. There's a little asterisk right next to it, and that tells us that it needs to be saved. So press Control S to save the level, and to duplicate the level, simply press Control and D to duplicate. Now let's go rename this to post process example, and let's go save it. So if I double click on minimal underscore default, this is the current map that we've been on. And then if I double click on post process example, this is the new map that we're about to edit. Now notice that our grid is pretty large right now. That's so press Control S to save the level, and to duplicate the level, simply press Control and D to duplicate. Now let's go rename this to post process example, and let's go save it. So if I double click on minimal underscore default, this is the current map that we've been on. And then if I double click on post process example, this is the new map that we're about to edit. Now notice that our grid is pretty large right now. That's because we have our snapping set to 100. We can make the grid squares smaller by saying this back to 10 as its default. So now our grid is a little bit smaller, or you can press G to hide all those editor widgets. Now I want to start deleting all these objects. So simply select an object and delete it to get rid of it. And here is a little tip. If I go into the outliner, since I do want to delete all these chairs, I could hold down Control and select each chair individually, or I can select the first chair at the very top of the list, hold down Shift, and select the last one, and then it will select everything in between. So Control is to select individual objects, and hold down Shift is to select a row of objects.
Okay.
And press Delete. Now let's create a little hut. So I'm going to come up to Add and hold down the left mouse button on Cube to add in a very simple cube. Keep in mind that this is just for demonstrations to show exposure, so this won't be the best. Hold down Alt. Let's go duplicate this wall and hold down Alt again. Press E, and I want to make sure snapping is turned on so I can rotate this exactly 90 degrees right there. Hold down Alt again and drag it out just like this. So hold down Alt, rotate this as a roof. And I do want a slight opening so that the sun can come through and illuminate the inside of this hut right here like that. So now notice that if I zoom in on this and go inside the hut, we can see our screen get brighter and brighter and brighter. And then as soon as I fly out, our screen gets darker. So when I go inside, our eyes adjust, it gets lighter so that we can see exactly what is inside the hut. And then if I zoom outside, our eyes get darker. Now, this can be annoying if you are building out worlds. So to turn it off and to lock your screen to a certain brightness, we could come up to lit and all the way down here under exposure, uncheck game settings. Now we have a constant brightness that even if I go inside the hut, we see that our screen isn't getting darker. Now, right underneath game settings, we have EV100. If I bring this down, our screen gets brighter. And if I bring this up, our screen gets darker.
Okay.
So we can leave it at 0 for now. Now, there is just one issue, and that is this change doesn't apply to gameplay. To play the game, come up to the toolbar and click on the play icon. Now we are currently in game, but let's say go into the hut. We see auto exposure is turned on since our screen gets brighter, and when I leave, the screen gets darker. On a side note, if you want to stop playing the game, press the escape key to exit out. Maybe this is what you want. When you're building out your world, you have a constant exposure, and then when you're in game, you have auto exposure turned on. But if you do want to edit the exposure directly in game, this is where post-process volumes come in handy. Now, we won't be able to see the exposure changes with the post-process volume with game settings turned off. So come up to lit and make sure game settings is turned on again. And within the outliner, by default, we will have a global post-process volume for this map. So with the post-process volume selected within the outliner, we see that we have a drop-down called exposure, and we have exposure compensation. Now, in order to edit any of these properties, you want to make sure that they are turned on first, and then we're able to adjust.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to recap that real quick. Hold on, I'll use the bathroom. Anybody on the other side though, chilling? No? All right, cool. Use the bathroom. I'm learning a lot from just this video, guys. I'm learning how to build a game. The Call of Duty game is on the way, y'all. Get ready. That new Call of Duty game is on. I mean, the Call War is on the way, man. Get ready, man. Just get ready. If I can develop this all just by myself, bro, that'd be crazy, dude. Really, like seriously, be crazy. Any updates? Any contacts? Nope. Okay. All right. Well, this is gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be great. So let's get back to the video.
Exposure, but auto exposure is still turned on right now. What's in game? This is where post-process volumes come in handy. Now we won't be able to see the exposure changes with the post-process volume with game settings turned off. So come up to lit and make sure game settings is turned on again. And within the outliner, by default, we will have a global post-process volume for this map. So with the post-process volume selected within the outliner, we see that we have a drop-down called exposure, and we have exposure compensation. Now, in order to edit any of these properties, you want to make sure that they are turned on first, and then we're able to adjust exposure, but auto exposure is still turned on right now. So what we can do is select metering mode, and instead of auto exposure histogram, select manual. Now we control exactly what our exposure is with the exposure compensation. So if we leave it at 9, press play again, we see that we don't have any auto exposure in game. So you might be wondering exactly what the post-process volume is. Well, the post-process volume is a great way to add some effects after everything has been rendered. So the post-process volume only affects our camera. For example, maybe we want some more bloom. So we can select bloom, and right now the intensity is at 0.675. I can boost this up all the way to, let's say, 8. And maybe if I want the default values back, instead of trying to guess what the default values are, I could come over here and select that backwards arrow, which will set everything back to its default value. We also have a bunch of other settings. For example, under image effects, we can add a very strong vignette. So right now it's at 0.4. We can bring this up all the way to 1. So there's a lot of darkening around the sides of the camera. Or we can completely turn off vignettes by bringing it down to 0. So by default, Unreal does have a little bit of vignettes with it being at 0.4. We can also go down here and change some of the color grading. So maybe if I select saturation, I can move the wheel around. We see just a little bit of changes. I can even boost the saturation down here. So instead of 1, drag this up. And now we have a really vibrant and saturated scene. And of course, I can uncheck this to get rid of that change. So if you want, there are a ton of different settings. You can go through and see what all of them are. But you might be wondering, how do I create a post-process volume if I don't have it inside of our world? So to begin, I'm going to press G key to bring back all of our editor widgets, select the post-process volume, and let's delete it so we can go over how to create a post-process volume from scratch. Of course, we're going to select the add button. It's going to be under volumes. Down here, we have post-process volume. So simply drag this into our world, and we see that we have a little square. So let's make a very quick change. So the change I want to make is down here within globals and saturation. Instead of 1, I'm going to change this to 0. But we notice that there are no changes to our camera right now. That's because the post-process volume, by default, only affects whatever is inside the post-process volume. So if we move into the cube, we can see those changes taking into effect. And right now, by changing global saturation, bringing it down all the way to 0, it gives us a black and white world. Now, what if I want this post-process volume to affect our entire world? Well, scroll all the way down here, and under Infinite Extent Unbound, make sure that's turned on. So that's how we don't have to be within the post-process volume for that post-process volume to take effect. Now it's time to go over materials, but do keep in mind that so there's a lot of darkening around the sides of the camera, or we can completely turn off vignettes by bringing it down to 0. So by default, Unreal does have a little bit of vignettes with it being at 0.4. We can also go down here and change some of the color grading. So maybe if I select saturation, I can move the wheel around. We see just a little bit of changes. I can even boost the saturation down here. So instead of 1, drag this up. And now we have a really vibrant and saturated scene. And of course, I can uncheck this to get rid of that change. So if you want, there are a ton of different settings. You can go through and see what all of them are. But you might be wondering, how do I create a post-process volume if I don't have it inside of our world? So to begin, I'm going to press G key to bring back all of our editor widgets, select the post-process volume, and let's delete it so we can go over how to create a post-process volume from scratch. Of course, we're going to select the add button. It's going to be under volumes. Down here, we have post-process volume. So simply drag this into our world and we see that we have a little square. So let's make a very quick change. So the change I want to make is down here within globals and saturation. Instead of 1, I'm going to change this to 0. But we notice that there are no changes to our camera right now. That's because the post-process volume by default only affects whatever is inside the post-process volume. So if we move into the cube, we can see those changes taking into effect. And right now, by changing global saturation, bringing it down all the way to 0, it gives us a black and white world. Now, what if I want this post-process volume to affect our entire world? Well, scroll all the way down here and under infinite extent unbound, make sure that's turned on. So that's how we don't have to be within the post-process volume for that post-process volume to take effect.
Okay.
Now it's time to go over materials, but do keep in mind that materials can be a little bit complicated, especially if you're brand new to 3D art. So if you do find yourself a little bit lost throughout this course, do keep in mind that you can always go back in a section and rewatch it. To demonstrate materials, I want to create a brand new map. So to do so, let's create a folder where we're going to store all the assets we create. So I want this folder to be under content, right next to the starter content folder. Right click and select a new folder. I'm going to call this folder My Stuff and double click to go inside of it. Now to create a level, I could right click and under Create Basic Assets, select a level, but I want to use a level template since this will just create a completely blank level. So to use level templates, you want to come up to File, New Level, and you can select Open World or Basic. I'm going to select Basic. And now we have a pretty basic level. It's just the floor right here and the sky. Now, in order to save this level in a specific location in our content browser, you need to press Control and S. And it's going to ask us where we want to save this level. Select My Stuff. And let's call this one Material Example Level. And then select Save. Now, pressing Control and Space to bring up my content drawer, we can see that under My Stuff, our level is saved. So if we ever want to go back into this level, I just have to double click and we will open up that level. Now, I do want to make some adjustments. If we zoom in on the floor, we can see that our grid is showing through. Now it's time to go over materials, but do keep in mind that materials can be a little bit complicated, especially if you're brand new to 3D art. So if you do find yourself a little bit lost throughout this course, do keep in mind that you can always go back in a section and rewatch it. To demonstrate materials, I want to create a brand new map. So to do so, let's create a folder where we're going to store all the assets we create. So I want this folder to be under content, right next to the starter content folder. Right click and select a new folder. I'm going to call this folder My Stuff and double click to go inside of it. Now to create a level, I could right click and under Create Basic Assets, select a level, and it's right. Now it's time to go over materials, but do keep in mind that materials can be a little bit complicated, especially if you're brand new to 3D art. So if you do find yourself a little bit lost throughout this course, do keep in mind that you can always go back in a section and rewatch it. To demonstrate materials, I want to create a brand new map. So to do so, let's create a folder where we're going to store all the assets we create. So I want this folder to be under content, right next to the starter content folder. Right click and select a new folder. I'm going to call this folder My Stuff and double click to go inside of it. Now to create a level, I could right click and under Create Basic Assets, select a level, but I want to use a. Now it's time to go over materials, but do keep in mind that materials can be a little bit complicated, especially if you're brand new to 3D art. So if you do find yourself a little bit lost throughout this course, do keep in mind that you can always go back in a section and rewatch it. To demonstrate materials, I want to create a brand new map. So to do so, let's create a folder where we're going to store all the assets we create. So I want this folder to be under content, right next to the starter content folder. Right click and select a new folder. I'm going to call this folder my stuff and double click to go inside of it. Now to create a level, I could right click and under create basic assets, select a level, but I want to use a level template since this will just create a completely blank level. So to use level templates, you want to come up to file, new level, and you can select open world or basic. I'm going to select basic. And now we have a pretty basic level. It's just the floor right here and the sky. Now, in order to save this level in a specific location in our content browser, you need to press Control and S. And it's going to ask us where we want to save this level. Select my stuff. And let's call this one material example level. And then select save. Now, pressing Control and space to bring up my content drawer, we can see that under my stuff. Now it's time to go over material.
Hold on, I gotta get some notes. Oh shit! Of course, of course, of course. Two.
But do keep in mind that materials can be a little bit complicated, especially if you're brand new to 3D art. So if you do find yourself a little bit lost.
Hold on. 1 second. Jante's taking notes. Hold on.
throughout this course, do keep in mind that you can always go back in a section and rewatch it. To demonstrate materials, I want to create a brand new map. So to do so, let's create a folder where we're going to store all the assets we create. So I want this folder to be under content, right next to the starter content folder. Right click and select new folder. I'm going to call this folder my stuff and double click to go inside of it. Now to create a level, I could right click and under create basic assets, select a level, but I want to use a level template since this will just create a completely blank level. So to use level templates, you want to come up to File, new level,
Okay.
and you can select open world or basic. I'm going to select basic. And now we have a pretty basic level. It's just the floor right here and the sky. Now, in order to save this level in a specific location in our content browser, you need to press Control and S. And it's going to ask us where we want to save this level. Select my stuff.
Okay. We're not gonna worry about that then.
And let's call this one material example level. and then select save. Now, pressing Control and Space to bring up my content drawer, we can see that under my stuff, our level is saved. So if we ever want to go back into this level, I just have to double click and we will open up that level. Now, I do want to make some adjustments. If we zoom in on the floor, we can see that our grid is showing through and it's right on top of the floor. Now, this grid will be distracting when we're showing off materials. So I'm going to come up to Show and uncheck the grid to hide it. That's all we see is the floor material. Also, I think this floor is a little bit too big for our purposes. So I could use R and hover in between the Y and X axis to then scale it down. Now it's time to go over materials, but I also want to control. Now it's time to go over material, one in the Z axis. Could use R and hover in between the Y and X axis. To then scale it down like this, or alternatively within the details panel of this floor, I can set it to one in the X axis, one in the Y axis, and one in the Z axis, just to give us a smaller floor. I also want to add in an object to place our materials on top of, and we can do so by pressing Control and Space. And Unreal actually comes with a bunch of assets and objects by default. So this is content that is not located in starter content. Instead, it's located in the engine folder. And if you don't see your engine folder right here, that's because you need to come to settings and make sure show engine content is one in the Z axis, just to give us a smaller floor. I also want to add in an object to place our materials on top of, and we can do so by pressing Control and Space. And Unreal actually comes with a bunch of assets and objects by default. So this is content that is not located in starter content. Instead, it's located in the engine folder. And if you don't see your engine folder right here, that's because you need to come to settings. And make sure show engine content is enabled. Now we get access to all of Unreal's default content that is contained in every single project. So let's go into content, and I believe it is under engine meshes, and it's specifically SM_map. One in the z-axis, just to give us a smaller floor. I also want to add in an object to place our materials on top of, and we can do so by pressing Ctrl and space. And Unreal actually comes with a bunch of assets and objects by default. So this is content that is not located in starter content. Instead, it's located in the engine folder. And if you don't see your engine folder right here, that's because you need to come to settings and make sure show engine content is enabled. Now we get access to all of Unreal's default content that is contained in every single project. So let's go into content. And I believe it is under engine meshes. And it's specifically SM_map preview map. Now we can also select engine and type in SM_matte. To bring up that asset. So I'm going to drag it into our world, and let's rotate it 90 degrees. And we can rotate it 90 degrees exactly by making sure snapping is enabled up here. Now I also want to control the exposure, since if we zoom in on the shadows and zoom out, we can see that auto exposure is enabled right now. So let's create a post-process volume by going to volumes, post-process, simply dragging it out. I want this to affect the entire world, not just whatever is inside this box. So scroll down and make sure infinite extend bound is turned on. Now, if we go up here under exposure, make sure metering mode is set to manual instead of auto, and exposure compensation, we can bring this up. I found a value of 11 to be pretty good. Now, as a reminder, if your exposure isn't changing from your post-process volume, you need to make sure that in lit, game setting is turned on, because otherwise it's going to default to EV100 setting right with Control and S. And actually, I think I'm going to bring down my exposure to, let's leave it at 10.5. So now it's finally time to go over materials. And adding a material to your world is actually content that is contained in every single project. So let's go into content, and I believe it is under engine meshes, and it's specifically SM_matte preview mesh. Now we can also select engine and type in SM_matte to bring up that asset. So I'm going to drag it into our world, and let's rotate it 90 degrees, and we can rotate it 90 degrees exactly by making sure snapping is enabled up here. Now I also want to control the exposure, since if we zoom in on the shadows and zoom out, we can see that auto exposure is enabled right now. So let's create a post-process volume by going to volumes, post-process, simply dragging it out. I want this to affect the entire world, not just whatever is inside this box. So scroll down and make sure infinite extend bound is turned on. Now, if we go up here under exposure, make sure metering mode is set to manual instead of auto, and exposure compensation, we can bring this up. I found a value of 11 to be pretty good. Now, as a reminder, if your exposure isn't changing from your post-process volume, you need to make sure that in lit game setting is turned on, because otherwise it's going to default to EV100 setting right here as the exposure amount. So make sure game view is turned on. That's how we're using post-process volume. And since I do like my scene right now, you want to make sure to save everything with Control and S. And actually, I think I'm going to bring down my exposure to, let's leave it at 10.5. So now it's finally time to go over materials. And adding a material to your world is actually pretty simple. So press Control Space and
Sorry.
luckily, starter content comes with a bunch of materials by default under the materials folder. So let's double click. Game setting is turned on, because otherwise it's going to default to EV100 setting right here as the exposure amount. So make sure game view is turned on. That's how we're using post-process volume. And since I do like my scene right now, you want to make sure to save everything with Control and S. And actually, I think I'm going to bring down my exposure to, let's leave it at 10.5. So now it's finally time to go over materials. And adding a material to your world is actually pretty simple. So press Control Space, and luckily starter content comes with a bunch of materials by default under the materials folder. So let's double click. Game setting is turned on, because otherwise it's going to default to EV100 setting right here as the exposure amount. So make sure game view is turned on. That's how we're using post-process volume. And since I do like my scene right now, you want to make sure to save everything with Control and S. And actually, I think I'm going to bring down my exposure to, let's leave it at 10.5. So now it's finally time to go over materials. And adding a material to your world is actually pretty simple. So press Control Space, and luckily starter content comes with a bunch of materials by default under the materials. Folder. So let's double click into materials, and we see we have a bunch of materials that we can use. So to add a material to our world, you want to simply hold down the left mouse button and drag it until you're hovering over whatever object you want this material to be placed on, and let go. It is that simple. So now we have a brick floor.
Oh. Sorry, y'all. I'm just taking notes, notes after notes, notes after notes. I get some water. Love you streaming 2 hours. Damn. All right. Still got my notes over here and stuff like that.
Or, for example, to make this object steel, I can drag a steel material onto the object and let go.
Okay.
We can even add grass right there like this. And we can see the reflections updates on the metal right there whenever we are switching our different materials, which is pretty cool. So let's select the grass. And I do actually want to make this just a little bit bigger. So let's scale it in the X and Y axis like this. And I think the screen is too bright. So I'm going to bring its exposure compensation down to 10.25. So that's the basics of adding a material to our world. What if we want to create or edit a material? Well, to create a material is also pretty simple. It's just like creating a level. Press Control and Space and come into My Stuff where we're going to create our material. Right click and under Create Basic Asset, select Material and let's call this First Material.
Oh.
And press Enter and double click on it to open up the material editor. First off, before we go over any of these settings, you'll notice that my window is right now. I also want to control the exposure. Oh, we can even add grass right there like this. And we can see the reflections updates on the metal right there whenever we are switching our different materials, which is pretty cool. So let's select the grass. And I do actually want to make this just a little bit bigger. So let's scale it in the X and Y axis like this. And I think the screen is too bright. So I'm going to bring its exposure compensation down to 10.25. So that's the basics of adding a material to our world. What if we want to create or edit a material? Well, to create a material is also pretty simple. It's just like creating a level. Press Control and Space and come into My Stuff where we're going to create our material. Right. Click and under Create. basic asset. Select material, and let's call this first material. And press enter and double click on it to open. Up the material editor. First off, before we go over any of these settings, you'll notice that my window is right now floating. So something I like to do with all my editor windows is to hold down the left mouse button on the tab and then dock it up here just like this. That's how really quickly I could switch in between my main level view and any of my editor views.
Okay, so you just put it up there and shit. Okay.
So in the middle, we have the material graph. Essentially, what the material graph does is basically we have a bunch of nodes that connect to each other, and their end goal is to eventually be outputted into one of these outputs right here, which will create the actual material. Now, the controls are pretty similar to the controls of our viewport when in orthographic view mode. So hold down the right mouse button to pan, and then use the scroll wheel to zoom in and out. So right mouse button pan, scroll wheel zoom in and out. You can select nodes by just clicking on them or holding down the left mouse button to marquee select. Now to the left right here is the viewport. If you hold down the left mouse button, you can pan around this preview mesh right here, which helps us see our material when we're editing it. Now we can change the preview mesh down here. So maybe you want to use a cylinder or a flat plane, a square, but for now, I'm just going to keep it at a sphere. And right below that is the details panel. So if we select a node, we're able to edit that node's properties right here in the details panel. So how do we create a node? Well, we come all the way over here to the palette, click on it, and now we have a selection of all the different nodes we can use to create a material. We can also right click anywhere to get that same palette. So under palette, I want a constant 3 vector under constants. The reason why is because a constant 3 vector is essentially Unreal's version of color. It's R, G, and B for red, green, and blue. Right now, this node is set to black. I could edit it by coming to the details panel and double clicking on the color to get a color picker. or I could double click on the node itself to get that color wheel. So notice how when I do change the color right here, there are no changes. That's because its value is set to 0. I can bring up its value by clicking on this rectangle right here. So now when I change this color, we notice that color changing. And when I do like a color, I want to confirm that this node is going to stay that color by clicking OK. So now we have our first node with a new color. Essentially, if I hover over this pin right here and hold down the left mouse button, I'm able to drag out a wire. And I can choose where I want to place these wires in any of the inputs right here. Now, of course, because this is a color, it should probably go into base color. So with my left mouse button still held down, I'm going to hover over the base color pin and let go to connect it. Now we can see that our color is affecting our material. So let's see what this looks like in our level. So press Control and space, and let's drag first material onto the sphere, and notice that there are no changes right now. This looks like the default material, and that's because we first need to compile our material after we make any changes to see that change in our level. So go to first material, and to compile a material, you want to click on the apply button.
Okay, this shit's already gonna be there.
And also while we're at it, let's save it. So if Unreal crashes, we don't lose our progress. Now, if we come back to our level, we can see that change took effect. Set to 0, I can bring up its value by clicking on this rectangle right here. So now when I change this color,
So now
the controls are pretty similar to the controls of our viewport when in orthographic view mode. So hold down the right mouse button to pan, and then use the scroll wheel to zoom in and out. So right mouse button pan, scroll wheel zoom in and out. You can select nodes by just clicking on them or holding down the left mouse button to marquee select. Now to the left right here is the viewport. If you hold down the left mouse button, you can pan around this preview mesh right here, which helps us see our material when we're editing it. Now we can change the preview mesh down here. So maybe you want to use a cylinder or a flat plane, a square, but for now, I'm just going to keep it at a sphere. And right below that is the details panel. So if we select a node, we're able to edit that node's properties right here in the details panel. So how do we create a node? Well, we come all the way over here to the palette, click on it, and now we have a selection of all the different nodes we can use to create a material. We can also right-click anywhere to get that same palette. So under palettes, I want a constant 3 vector under constants. The reason why is because a constant 3 vector is essentially Unreal's version of color. It's
okay, so yeah.
now we can change the preview mesh down here. So maybe you want to use a cylinder or a flat plane, a square, but for now, I'm just going to keep it at a sphere. And right below that is the details panel. So if we select a node, we're able to edit that node's properties right here in the details panel. So how do we create a node? Well, we come all the way over here to the palette, click on it, and now we have a selection of all the different nodes we can use to create a material. We can also right-click anywhere to get that same palette. So under palettes, I want a constant 3 vector under constants. The reason why is because now we can change the preview mesh down here. So maybe you want to use a cylinder or a flat plane, a square, but for now, I'm just going to keep it at a sphere. And right below that is the details panel. So if we select a node, we're able to edit that node's properties right here in the details panel. So how do we create a node? Well, we come all the way over here to the palette, click on it, and now we have a selection of all the different nodes we can use to create a material. We can also right-click anywhere to get that same palette. So under palettes, I want a constant 3 vector. under constants. The reason why is because a constant 3 vector is essentially Unreal's version of color. It's R, G, and B for red, green, and blue. Blue. Right now this node is set to black. I could edit it by coming to the details panel and double clicking on the color to get a color picker, or I could double click on the node itself to get that color wheel. So notice how when I do change the color right here, there are no changes. That's because its value is set to 0. I could bring up its value by clicking on this rectangle right here. So now when I change this color, we notice that color changing. And when I do like a color, I want to confirm that this node is going to stay that color by clicking OK. So now we have our first node with a new color. Essentially, if I hover over this pin right here and hold down the left mouse button, I'm able to drag out a wire. And I can choose where I want to place these wires in any of the inputs right here. Now, of course, because this is a color, it should probably go into base color. So with my left mouse button still held down, I'm going to hover over
Don't mind me, y'all. I'm studying over.
the base color pin and let go to connect it. Now we can see that our color is affecting our material. So let's see what this looks like in our level. So press Control and space, and let's drag first material. onto the sphere, and notice that there are no changes right now. This looks like the default material, and that's because we first need to compile our material after we make any changes to see that change in our level. So go to first material, and to compile a material, you want to click on the apply button.
All right, dog. You just fucking around with us or some shit, dude. Like, I think he does that on purpose to see if anybody's actually paying attention. It's a good method, if you ask me. It is irritating a little bit, though. I'm not gonna lie. It is irritating a little bit because I'm just sitting here. I'm just like, why did you just do that before? But I get him though. I get him though. He's seeing if anybody's actually paying attention. I get it. I get it. I get it. Trust me. All right, back to the video.
And also, while we're at it, let's save it. So if Unreal crashes, we don't lose our progress. Now, if we come back,
Let me note that real quick. And how do we save it? If that's
clicking OK. So now we have our first node with a new color. Essentially, if I hover over this pin right here and hold down the left mouse button, I'm able to drag out a wire. And I can choose where I want to place these wires in any of the inputs right here. Now, of course, because this is a color, it should probably go into base color. So with my left mouse button still held down, I'm going to hover over the base color pin and let go to connect it. Now we can see that our color is affecting our material. So let's see what this looks like in our level. So press Control and space, and let's drag first material onto the sphere, and notice that there are no changes right now. This looks like the default material, and that's because we first need to compile our material after we make any changes to see that change in our level. So go to first material, and to compile a material, you want to click on the apply button. And also while we're at it, let's save it.
Gets on my nerves. I swear.
So if Unreal crashes, we don't lose our progress. Now, if we come back to our level, we can see that change took effect. Now, jumping back into first material, if we, let's say, change the color to a light blue, jump back into our level, we see that there were no changes because we need to make sure after we edit a material that we compile it with the apply button. And now we see that light blue.
Just say apply it. Jess. I appreciate him. Don't get me wrong. Say the professional words for the losers, man. But I see what he's doing. He's trying to make himself sound professional. I love it. It's a great video. But God, Lee, come on, guys. This is exactly what we're talking about. This is why things are difficult these days now. Because you guys use these professional words, man. I'm just looking at it. And then after they talk about pile of color, he says the word apply. I'm sitting here like, why did you say that? Oh, man.
That's how you add color. Now, what if you want to edit how shiny or reflective the material is? Well, under first material, instead of editing the base color, we're now going to edit the roughness channel right here. And roughness doesn't take a color value, of course. Instead, it takes a scalar value in between 0 and 1. So 0 means it's really smooth, and 1 means it's really rough. To get a scalar value, you want to come up to Palette.
Why do I feel like I know where this is going when he's going to do the thing? I think he be doing that to y'all to make sure you see y'all be paying attention. Who not paying attention? Me? Oh, I'm taking notes. Shoot. Hold on. Let's get back to it now.
And under constant, select the
Oh my God.
constant 1 value.
Okay. For to make it look rough or anything like that, this is to make it look like this, basically. Crazy looking at shit, basically.
Left mouse button hold and drag it out. And now we get a node that is simply a number. So 0 will be smooth, 1 will be rough. Let's make this really smooth by giving it a value of 0.1.
Rough will be 1. Crazy looking. The unrough will be this. Just smooth it looking. And this setting is for the value. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. There we go. Cool. Awesome. Great. This is great. Cool. Okay.
And simply left mouse button hold and drag it into roughness.
And drag it into, what is it? Okay. Okay.
If I get into roughness. Well, all right, cool. Awesome. Great. Cool.
If for some reason you ever want to break a wire, all you have to do is hold down Alt and hover over any of these pins.
Crazy work.
And left click. So Alt and left click to break any pin.
Oh, left click? Oh, okay. Well, let me just hold on. Let me space that out real quick. Hold on. So I want to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, I get that space in there so I don't confuse myself. Left. Okay. We're doing great on taking notes. We're getting to where we need to be at for this called war game right here. Pan jiggle buffing. Okay. Still studying. Let's go.
And we will not see this change in our level unless we press apply.
We will not. But okay, so the next step is to click is press apply. I love this guy, but this guy is hilarious. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. He's hilarious. Press apply. All right, cool.
So jumping back into materials, I'm gonna press F and hold down Alt and left mouse button to then pivot around my material, all its nice reflective values. Notice how we can see all the different clouds in the sky being reflected off the material now. So that's roughness, but what if we want to make our material metallic? Well, go back into first material, and this is where the metallic input comes in really handy. So we need another constant vector, and we could get it by selecting that node and pressing Control and D to duplicate it.
Huh? Press Control and D to stay less. Okay, let's see here. Press. Okay, we're doing great on this, guys. We're doing great.
Or I can get it from the palette.
No! There's no more! No more ores! No more!
And of course, I can right click and simply type in constant. So,
Or that helps. Or that helps. It's his ores for me, guys. It's his ores for me. It's the ores for me, guys. That's all I'm saying. I love the guy. I cannot tell you how many ores this guy has. I love him though. I love him though.
so normally when I am getting nodes in, I just right click and type in the name of the node and press enter to bring it in.
I couldn't take it for you. This guy should be a comedian, dude. This guy's freaking killing me, man. Dude. Oh my god. Or. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh man.
So I'm going to give this a value right now of 1. Since by default there is no metallic value, it's set to 0. So send it to 1 and plugging it into metallic will make this blue pretty metallic. And in fact, let's go change the color to something orangey. Press apply. And now we made a gold material.
Nice.
It's very important to point out that Unreal Engine's material system is based off of physically based rendering, or PBR for short. For example, right now I have a project open up to demonstrate PBR values. And the two main ones to know about are metallic and roughness. We've already played with them, and essentially both of them are on a scale from 0 to 1. Now, by default, metallic is set to 0, so there is no metallicness on the material, and our roughness is set to 0.5. Now, as I bring down the roughness, we see our material get shinier and shinier, and then if I bring it up, our material gets rougher and rougher. So if I bring it all the way down to 0 and play with the metallic value, which is right now as default value of 0, so it's not metallic, but slowly we can see it goes from a plastic material all the way to a very shiny gold material. It's very important to point out that Unreal Engine's material system is based off of physically based rendering, or PBR for short. For example, right now I have a project open up to demonstrate PBR values, and the two main smooth by giving it a value of 0.1 and simply left mouse button material. It's very important to point out that Unreal Engine's material system is based off of physically based rendering. Or PBR for short. For example, right now I have a project open up to demonstrate PBR values, and the two main ones to know about are metallic and roughness. We've already played with them, and essentially both of them are on a scale from 0 to 1. Now, by default, metallic is set to 0, so there is no metallicness on the material, and our roughness is set to 0.5. Now, as I bring down the roughness, we see our material get shinier and shinier, and then if I bring it up, our material gets rougher and rougher. So if I bring it all the way down to 0 and play with the metallic value, which is right now as default value of 0, so it's not metallic, but slowly we can see it goes from a plastic material all the way to a very shiny gold material. And if we play with a roughness value, we can really see those changes taking effect. Now, both these values are clamped from 0 to 1. So let's say if we input a roughness value of -1, then it'll be clamped to 0. Or if we go above 1, then it's going to clamp it down to just 1. So keep that in mind that if you do try to input a value that's outside the 0 to 1 range, you won't see any changes. And it's important to point out that generally for metallic values, we never go in between 0 and 1. You won't really see a material that's 0.5 metallic. Instead, materials are either all the way 0 or all the way 1. Here I am back in our original project, and you notice that we no longer have our material opened up here. Well, that's fine. You can always open up the material on any object by clicking on that object, and then in the details panel, we see all the materials that are currently on top of that object. So just double click to open up our original material we created. Alternatively, you'll see a little magnifying icon right there. If I select that, then it's automatically going to jump to that materials location in our content drawer. And we can double click to open it up right there like that.
Ooh.
So the PBR sliders we were just playing with are the metallic and roughness values right here. So those sliders correspond with these values. So hopefully you understand exactly what they do now. Now I'm going to make a slight edit. So for metallic, let's bring it from 1 to its default value of 0. So that's how it's kind of like a plastic material right now. And also, I think it's a little bit too bright. So double clicking on the color, I'm able to decrease the brightness by playing with its value. So bring it down a little bit, press OK, press apply. And now I do think we have a nice material, but normally when you have plastic outside, it wouldn't be this uniformly shiny. You would expect dirt to pile on this material and make some areas of the material rougher than others. So let's jump into first material. And to add a texture, press Control and space. Let's go into starter content. Since starter content comes with a bunch of textures under the textures folder, and the texture I want to use is material. Let's jump into first material. And to add a texture, press Control and space. Let's go. In a starter content. The starter content comes with a bunch of textures on. Under the textures folder, and the texture I want to use is specifically T_Perlin_noise. So to get a texture into your material, simply left mouse button and hold, drag it in, and let go like that.
Just to be funny.
Alternatively, you can right click, type in texture sample.
This guy, I'm gonna slap the shit. I swear he always pull his shit out of his ass, man. I swear. I love him so much, dude. He's just always. I love this guy so much. He is full of surprises. You know that? This is for this. I swear, I'm gonna make a note under the note I'm about to take. I'm gonna call it full of surprises. I'm kidding. I'm slapping him. I do not mean that. I mean that in a funny way. You know what I'm saying? Don't take that personal, okay, guys? or. I'm gonna make that a freaking meme, boy. Or. Okay. or.
Select that, and then within the details panel, in the drop down of texture, go ahead and find whatever texture you want to use and select it. So that's alternative way to add in a texture. And now that we have T_Perlin noise, if we open it up, we can see that
This man straight up played the hell out of me. My mama, he did. This man, he does the difficult way first, and then he does the easy way first. I'm just like, dude, what the fuck are you doing, boy? I appreciate the teaching, my brother. Do you notice you do that? Do you do that on purpose to see if we're paying attention? Because I think he does that on purpose to see if we're actually paying attention, to see if we don't have patience. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting to catch on to it though. I think I will be doing the same thing in my content too to see if you guys are paying attention. Shoot, this is fun though. I love it. Honestly, it's great.
it's just black and white. All the pixels of the texture represent a value in between 0 and 1. So they are perfect to plug into either metallic or roughness. Plug our texture into roughness since
Oh, we can plug it into roughness too? Oh no, we can't. Okay, so specifically for this one, for every one of them is going to be plugged into something different. Cool. Okay, so cool. So we're gonna plug this one into the roughness then. Okay, that's cool. And yeah. Into roughness, and it's crazy.
wanted to drive the roughness value of our material and delete the old node since I no longer need it. Press apply.
Oh, so we sounds great.
Jump back into our material example.
He forgot to apply.
And now if I angle it with the sun, and here's a nice tip, if I hold down Control and L at the same time, I'm able to rotate that sun. So I'm able to.
What do you do?
Details panel and the drop down of texture. Go ahead and.
I mean, I like what he does. He waits for the video to get fully like into it. You know what I'm saying? Then he starts dropping gems. I love it.
Find whatever texture you want to use and select it. So that's alternative way to add in a texture. And now that we have T_Perlin noise, if we open it up, we can see that it's just black and white. All the pixels of the texture represent a value in between 0 and 1. So they are perfect to plug into either metallic or roughness.
I'm pointing out the fact that he forgot to click apply.
Ari, I love you.
Plug our texture into roughness since I wanted to drive the roughness value of our material, and delete the old node since I no longer need it.
Never mind. No, he didn't.
Press apply.
And said it in the video. I'm horrible, y'all. I need to start paying close attention for real. No, I mean I'm paying attention. I'm taking my notes too as well and stuff like that. So we're doing okay.
Back into our material example. And now if I angle it with the sun, and here's a nice tip, if I hold down Control and L at the same
That's gonna be a beautiful scenery because when I want to create the cop war, I want to have that scene. You know what I'm saying? When we really like get into it. You know what I'm saying?
time, I'm able to rotate that sun. So I'm able to bring it down, like move it around, and see what our material looks like in different lighting scenarios.
Oh yeah.
And right now, our material is looking a lot more realistic. We can see that because of our material, all the black spots represent shiny areas and all the white spots represent rough areas, which gives our material a nice smudgy look to it to just break up that uniform shininess. At this point, let's switch up the colors. Since if I go into color mode by going Alt-3 for unlit, we can see that's still all one uniform color. Pressing Alt-4.
Okay, first of all,
Black and white, all the pixels of the texture represent a value in between 0 and 1. So they are perfect to plug into either metallic or roughness. Plug our texture into roughness since I wanted to drive the roughness value of our material, and delete the old node since I no longer need it. Press apply, drop it back into our material example. And now if I angle it with the sun, and here's a nice tip, if I hold down Control and L at the same time, I'm able to rotate that sun. So I'm able to bring it down, like move it around, and see what our material looks like in different lighting scenarios. And right now, our material is looking a lot more realistic. We can see that because of our material, all the black spots represent shiny areas and all the white spots represent rough areas, which gives our material a nice smudgy look to it to just break up that uniform shininess. At this point, let's switch up the colors. Since if I go into color mode,
all right. What's the more called?
by going Alt-3 for unlit,
By going Alt-3. Okay. So we're just gonna right there, and we're gonna be like no, there's a space it out. Do not ask me how many notes I have. Just know it looks like college in here. Okay. So does he say how he did it? The colors, since I want. Okay.
We can see that's still all one uniform color, pressing Alt-4 to go back.
Okay, we're cooking now.
Back into lip mode. I want it where all the smudges are a different color that's a little bit more brown than orange to represent dirt. So let's go back into first material, and we can duplicate this by pressing Control and D, or we can right click and type in constant.
No, absolutely not. No. Well, that is we could apply that in there, but we could just use this Saipan or something else, or you can do a whole bunch of things. Maybe he's just trying to show us you can do anything in here. Basically, I think that's what he's trying to tell us. Basically, you can do anything in here. Basically, or. Okay, so basically, I'm trying to get it. I get the memo. Basically,
3 vector and select that. So double click on this. I'm going to give it a brownish color, maybe like right here, press OK. And now I want to lerp in between the orange color and the brown color, depending on our alpha texture. So wherever there's white, I want it to pick brown. And whenever there's black, I want it to pick orange. And we can do this through a linear interpolate node. So right click, type in linear.
You're gonna right click. Yeah, that's a good strategy. I got you. That's smart. I like that. I like how you do your content. That is very smart how you do that. Your methods of keeping us in the what's the color? I like
then
that.
interpolate.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong though, okay? You know?
Select that. Or a shortcut is to hold down the L key and left click.
Cool.
So L left click brings in the lerp node, since we are going to be using that node a lot. And on the subject of hotkeys, if I hold down 3 and left click, that gives us
Okay.
a constant 3 vector for color.
Oh. Okay. It gives us a constant. That's good to know.
Or if I hold down 1 and left click, that gives us a basic
Y'all see all these notes? These motherfuckers are gonna come in handy. Watch. Note after note after note.
Scalar value, like for metallic and roughness. So 1 and left click for scalar value, 3 and left click for color. So let's plug this up to A, plug the brown one to B, and for alpha texture, I want it to lerp depending on our original mask that's right now driving our roughness. So drag RGB into alpha and drag that all into base color. And now we can see that where our object isn't shiny,
I think that's where we're at. Oh. Yep, just teaching us how to. Yep. So this is where definitely not that fucking box right that comes in there. Okay. Let's watch that start with that shit.
So let's go back into first material, and we can duplicate this by pressing Control and D, or we can right click and type in constant 3 vector and select that. So double click on this. I'm going to give it a brownish color, maybe like right here, press OK. And now I want to lerp in between the orange color and the brown color, depending on our alpha texture. So wherever there's white, I want it to pick brown, and whenever there's black, I want it to pick orange. And we can do this through a linear interpolate node. So right click, type in linear, and then interpolate, select.
Yep, we got it. Check. Okay, so that is it then right there. Yeah, we got it. Okay, good.
That, or a shortcut, is to hold down the L key and left click. So L left.
Okay, good. We got it. Awesome. Beautiful. Break time. Trying to use the bathroom. Who knows? I might download Warblocks and build a game on there or something like that, right? That would be crazy. Like really go hard into texture and stuff like that and everything and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Really like hook it up and design it out and deck it out and stuff. You feel me? It would really be a good game to go by, honestly. Probably make a new scary game or something. I don't know. Be lit. But we're definitely going to complete that mission by definitely learning how to build the game and sticking to it 100%. But we're definitely going to make that COD War game 100%. They said this is the best software out here to do it at. I'm seeing the proof. Looks like we're going to build an epic game on here, a new COD game. Hopefully you guys enjoy it and you love it. It's going to be real classic and old school for you guys out there that's wondering how it's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So y'all just get ready for it, though. It's going to be great. This is going to be the platform to definitely do it on 100%. We're studying it. We're learning it. We're taking notes, too, as well, and we're getting deeper into it. We're almost 1 hour into the video and learning. You know what I'm saying? We're getting into the texture and stuff like that. We're doing real good. That's what I'm saying. We're doing like really, really good. So yeah, documentary about Jante's life. Turning into a game designer, you know what I'm saying? Learning how to build a game from this great teacher that I'm watching, of course. Shout out to him. Thank you. We do appreciate y'all. We do appreciate y'all. A whole bunch of other stuff and notes that I'm taking down, of course. You know, you set yourself on a half-made mission, my friend. I know I'm like level 45 is crazy. Really crazy. All right, let's watch.
Left click brings in the lerp node, since we are going to be using that node a lot. And on the subject of hotkeys, if I hold down 3 and left click, that gives us a constant 3 vector for color. Or if I hold down 1 and left click, that gives us a basic scalar value, like for metallic and roughness. So 1 and left click for scalar value, 3 and left click for color. So let's plug this up to A.
We do got
plug the brown one to B. And for alpha texture,
no, that's just 1 left click. We got that 3, 4, and you know.
I want it to lerp depending on our original mask that's right now driving our roughness. So drag RGB into alpha and drag that all into base color. And now we can see that where our object isn't shiny, the color changes to a dirty brown. Pressing apply, jumping back in here, we notice that our material is definitely a lot more realistic. You can imagine that this was once plastic or really shiny paint, and over time, dirt has slowly started to build up on the material, making it pretty dirty. Now we can make this even better by, instead of lerping in between 2 colors, we're lerping in between a color and another texture. Under starter content textures, and it is right here. So it's T_metal rust. Open this up. We can see what it is, but right now we don't notice anything. That's because the alpha channel is turned on and the alpha channel handles opacity. So if you open up a texture and you don't see anything, make sure you come up to A and uncheck that. So now we can see it. And while this is rust, I do think it functions well as dirt, especially for a very small detail. Like on this material, it's going to be hard to tell that this is rust instead of dirt. So let's drag this onto our material graph and plug it up right there instead of the original dirt and press apply. So congratulations, you just made your first material in Unreal Engine 5. While it's not the best, it definitely is a good introduction to the power of the material graph.
I mean, it's a good
Before
example.
we continue,
I get the
first
gist
have
of
to
it.
download
You know what I'm
some
saying?
free assets I created for this tutorial to help us learn Unreal Engine. You can find a link to download the free assets in the description of this video. The reason why is because in this section, we're going to go over how we can take a texture and import that texture into Unreal Engine and use it in one of our materials. So to begin, I've already downloaded the assets for this tutorial right here, intro to Unreal 5.zip. Double click to go inside of it and double click to go into intro Unreal 5. So I want to make sure that I do unzip some of these assets, specifically the beginner assets folder. To unzip it, simply drag it onto our desktop. We are going to go over castle assets and intro Unreal project in just a bit, but for now we don't need.
I do not trust downloading that. I'm sorry, because last time I downloaded something off of somebody's channel, something happened, but I'm not going to be an ignorant fool. Download it. Really? Double assistance to follow toward. I can't download it? I gotta pay for it. Bro baited me, bros. Wow. Where we at right now? We're about like right here on the GPGFS texture, import, lightning, all that other fun stuff. Well, we ain't gonna really need that though.
Need these. So I'm going to exit out my zip folder. And now we have a brand new folder with a bunch of assets we're going to import into Unreal Engine 5.
It means different textures and stuff like that. We can make those, you know what I'm saying? We already know. Trust me, Jante got the texture on deck, baby. Trust me. I work with AI. Trust me. That's why I'm working. If I know how to work with AI, I know I can get some of the textures and let me show you something. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on. Textures. I got your texture, homie. Hold on. Watch this. I'm gonna go right here. Oh my god, I'm like so tired, guys, but not even gonna lie to you all. Look, this is how we're gonna make our textures. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna start sharing this here real quick. I'm gonna take it right here. Okay, so for those of you that don't know Gemini, it actually helps you design a whole bunch of stuff as well as textures goes into play. The texture that I want to go into play is that a Call of Duty Modern Warfare texture, like something, for like the weapons and stuff. So let's check it out. I want to create a Modern Warfare texture off of a weapon, really silk, really like diamond-ish feeling, so I can put it inside Epic Studio for texture use. Let me see if it can nail it. If it can, we're on it cracking 100%. Ooh, beautiful. Fix texture. Fixing texture on a weapon mode. Crazy. Well, no, we got the texture part. You ain't gonna. No, all I want on it is just show like a square with the texture on it, with gold going across and diamonds going across it too as well. That type of texture really hits that foundation strong. I make my own texture sheets. As a image, square size, yes. There we go. Chat. Told y'all. We lit. Look at that test right there, G's. Boom. Quit playing with it. Sure. We can create anything in the community, man. We're unstoppable, man, for real. So did it download? Yup, it's downloaded. I think I might need these ones right here, I'm guessing. What's this one? No thanks. Download. Installed. Are you guys installed already? Nice. But the other thing that he wants us to get though, we ain't trying to pay for it though. That's the whole kicker about it. That's just textures and stuff that he wants us to get. We don't need to get that. We're okay with that. We're straight. So I'm gonna just exit off of this one right here, and we're gonna go back to YouTube, and we're gonna and we're gonna resume to our lesson.
So to begin, we're going to create a very simple material using these three textures right here. You could probably guess that Spanish pavement color handles the color of the texture, Spanish pavement roughness handles how rough the texture is, and the normal map, which is this purple texture. While it does look pretty weird, don't worry, we are going to go over what a normal map is in just a second. But for now, let's go import all three of these into Unreal Engine 5. So let's open up Content Drawer and go into My Stuff. Because you remember, we created a folder called My Stuff to hold all our assets. And I'm going to hold down my left mouse button and drag all these assets into my content drawer.
And now it's over. Woo! Y'all should not be letting Jante learn this. I'm just kidding. Definitely keep letting me learn this 100%. Like, because we definitely got to get on this game 100% for this, right? For the community, for crying out loud, right? So yeah, let's go ahead and get back to work.
So you want to make sure that your content drawer is open, so you are able to drag it in, let go, and automatically these three textures have imported. So we'll notice that all three of these textures have a little asterisk right there that tells us that these textures need to be saved. So select all of them and press Control S, or we could have clicked on Save All. So if I double click on Spanish base color, we can see that the texture has successfully been imported into Unreal Engine 5 and sRGB is turned on. For color textures, we want to make sure sRGB is turned on. For everything else, such as masks and normal maps, we want sRGB turned off. For Spanish pavement roughness, we see that's turned on. I'm going to check this to false and save it. Now for our normal map, if I double click on the normal map, Unreal is smart enough to know that this is a normal map, so it already automatically sets some of the parameters. sRGB is turned off, which is what we want, and compression setting is set to normal map. Now, if you do import a normal map and Unreal doesn't know it's a normal map, then you want to make sure that you set compression settings to normal map and sRGB turned off. So let's go create our material. To 0. And within material example level, let's apply this brand new material to our floor. Right away, I noticed that there are 2 issues with the material. Number 1, our material is tiling way too much. It's too small. And number 2, there is no depth. There is no shadows given by the crevices of our Spanish pavement. It's almost as if someone got wallpaper and plastered it onto the floor, trying to pretend like it's real flooring. So to fix this, we use normal maps. So essentially what normal maps do is that they fake bumps. So they fake depth and they make it look like our texture actually has height when in reality it doesn't. It's just a material. So to add a normal map, it's pretty simple. As you can probably guess, we grab the normal map and simply drag it into normal. So let's press apply and immediately we'll see that our texture looks a
What the fuck? Really?
lot better. There's actual depth, and if we come
But
to
there's no need. So there's no need to take notes if I wanted to look normal.
the shadow right here
Cool.
and add in a basic light, we can see that as I move this light around, the material itself is casting shadow. So since the light is right here, now the crevices have a little bit of a shadow. So normal maps really go a long way to
Cool.
make our material look really realistic.
Okay. Sure.
Now let's fix our tiling because in my opinion, I think it's tiling way too much right now. And to fix tiling, let's go into m_Spanish pavement and we're going to use a brand new node. So right click, type in texture coordinates. So
Cool.
let's grab that. Essentially, texture coordinates will allow us to change the scale of our textures. So if we just drag it into UVs, nothing will happen. That's because we need to hold down M and left click to add in a multiply node. Or we can right click and type in multiply.
Because I already know what he's going to do. Literally. or.
since we are going to be multiplying the value that comes out of texture coordinates. And on a side note, if you ever want to break wires, hold down Alt and left mouse button to break it. So let's move multiply up here like this. Hold down the left mouse button and drag it into A. And then
Okay. Pretty simple, I guess.
drag this out into the UVs.
Oh.
Just like this. We can multiply this by a number, which is a constant scalar. So as you can guess, we're going to type in constant and grab one constant. So plug this into B.
Okay.
And let's give this a value of, instead of 1, something smaller, like 0.5. And this will increase the size of our texture to make our Spanish payment bigger. And we can see immediately that it did make the texture bigger. We can maybe even make this a little bit bigger. Let's try 0.35 and press apply. And now I do like the scale of our payment. Also added a little bit of customization. So maybe I don't like the tint of this. I want to make our payment a little bit more red or a little bit more green. Well, I can marquee select by holding down the left mouse button anywhere in my graph, select all my nodes, move it back a bit, since we're going to be adding some nodes right here. So I'm going to hold down M and left click again to add in the multiply node and drag our RGB into it like this. And then drag it out into base. Color. I actually want this RGB to go into B, not A. Control and hold down my left mouse button to then grab this wire and place it into B. Just switch it from A to B. Now I'm going to hold down 3 and left click to add in a constant vector. And I'm going to
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna take a break for a little bit and stuff like that. We're writing, taking notes a lot. Oh shit. I play a little soccer. A little bit of soccer. What's today? Tuesday, guys? Is Wednesday or something? Oh, today's Wednesday. Okay, cool. Awesome, great. We're doing great. We're on the roll of developing up this game. I don't have any emails back yet. No one has contacted me. Let me see the spams. Nope. Okay. I guess we're gonna develop this game ourselves then. No one's interested in stuff like that. Yes. Yep. Where are these clips coming from, G? Oh, that's the images and stuff. Okay, cool. Awesome. Great. Any reactions? It's nothing. That is right, and I'm doing sheesh. For real. Oh man. All right, guys, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna resume to this tomorrow of studying how to build this game. My notes and stuff is all gonna be right here. We've been studying this for like we're already like 1 hour into it already. So we're gonna hold this video off for tomorrow. That's exactly what we're gonna do. Hey, what's up? He says, "What are you doing right now, man?" Yeah, I'm just teaching myself how to build the card word game that we're working on in the progress right now. We're like 4 minutes into it right now. We're gonna take a break. The only video we're gonna watch is this one because I want to stay consistent on this project so we can learn how to build this game up and stuff like that. That's what we're doing and stuff. So if you came by a little later, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. But yeah, does that even work? No, somebody else. But that's what we're doing. We're learning how to build a game. You know what I'm saying? Is there a game I'm playing personally on my computer that I want to show you guys? Not really. But yeah, the COD War game, that COD War, we're developing it going forward and stuff like that. You know? So that's what we're doing and stuff like that. That's what we're doing. We're developing a COD game. We're developing our skills. Since we already mastered 1 hour into the video already,
We're gonna take a break. We're gonna come back to it tomorrow. Basically, we're doing school, basically. And we're gonna resume back to it. So what I'm actually gonna do is we're gonna go in this stream right now.